Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. When I moved into the top floor unit, I assumed the only footsteps I'd ever hear would be mine. But a few nights after settling in, I noticed faint scuff marks above my bed. At first, I thought it was water damage. Then I realized the marks were perfectly shaped, like bare footprints, human, facing downward. The next night there were more. I stood on the dresser to inspect them and found fragments of dirt. I set up a camera, pointed upward. The footage showed nothing unusual, but the marks kept growing. I started feeling watched, and once I caught something faint breathing when I held my own. Now I sleep in the hallway and I keep all the doors open. I don't know how they're getting up there, or worse, how they're not falling. The building manager insisted nobody lived above me. The architectural plans confirmed it: solid concrete roof, no attic space, no crawlway. Yet the footprints multiplied each night, spreading across the ceiling like a map of someone's restless pacing. I pressed my palm against the cool plaster, feeling for vibrations, for hollow spaces. Nothing, just the steady pulse of my own heartbeat echoing back. I started documenting everything: photographs with timestamps, measurements, sketches. The prints were size 9 narrow, with a distinctive wear pattern on the right heel. Someone with a slight limp, perhaps. I compared them to every tenant in the building, making casual conversation in the elevator, noting their shoes, their gait. The woman from the second floor wore size 6. The couple from the third floor both had wide feet. The elderly man from the first floor shuffled rather than walked. The smell hit me on the 7th night, metallic, sharp, like pennies left in water. It seemed to seep through the ceiling itself, concentrated directly above where the footprints clustered most densely. I called the building manager again, mentioned a possible lake. He arrived with his toolkit, checking pipes, examining walls. He found nothing wrong. As he left, I noticed dirt under his fingernails and a slight drag in his left foot. I began staying awake, watching the ceiling with a flashlight. The footprints appeared gradually, like invisible ink developing under heat. First a heel impression, then the arch, finally the complete outline filled with fine particles of earth. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick, but underneath it something else, a rhythm that didn't match mine. When I held my breath, the sound continued. Someone else was breathing in perfect synchronization with my own lungs. The breakthrough came when I found the maintenance logs. The building manager had been entering my apartment regularly, citing routine inspections. But the dates didn't align with any notices I had received. I cross-referenced them with the appearance of new footprints, perfect correlation. I installed a hidden camera facing the door, not the ceiling. The footage revealed him entering while I was at work, staying for exactly 17 minutes each time. But what he did during those 17 minutes remained unclear. I confronted him in the basement laundry room. He was folding sheets, his movements precise and methodical. When I mentioned the footprints, his hands stilled. He looked at me with eyes that seemed to focus on something just behind my shoulder. He explained that the previous tenant had been found after 3 weeks. The smell had been what alerted neighbors. Decomposition, he said, can leave permanent stains. Sometimes those stains appear in unexpected places. The police report was public record. The previous tenant, a young woman, had died in the bedroom. Natural causes, they concluded, but the details were sparse, inconsistent. The building manager had been the one to find her, had been the one to clean the apartment afterward. He'd done the work himself, he said, to save money. But there were no receipts for cleaning supplies, no hazmat disposal records, just his word and a certificate of habitability. I pressed him about the footprints. He suggested that old buildings settle, that moisture can create strange patterns, but his explanations felt rehearsed, like lines he'd practiced. When I asked about the breathing sounds, he tilted his head, listening to something I couldn't hear. He said old buildings make all kinds of noises. Pipes expanding, wood creaking, air moving through vents, but there were no vents in my bedroom. The truth started forming like the footprints themselves, slowly, inevitably. I realized I'd never seen the building manager's apartment. He claimed to live off-site, but his car was always in the lot. His mail was delivered to the building. When I checked the tenant directory, his name wasn't listed. I asked other residents about him. Some remembered him being there for years. Others swore he'd only started working there recently. Their descriptions of him varied: taller, shorter, different hair color, different age. I started mapping his movements, timing his appearances. He always knew when I was home, when I was away. He had keys to every unit, access to every space. The footprints weren't appearing on my ceiling, they were appearing wherever he'd been walking. The previous tenant's apartment was directly below mine. The impressions were bleeding through somehow, carrying the memory of his presence in that room. The final piece came from the woman in the second floor. She mentioned hearing footsteps in the empty apartment below her, always at night, always the same pattern. A slow walk from the door to the bedroom, then back again. She'd complained to the building manager, but he'd assured her the unit was vacant. When she insisted on investigating, he'd shown her the empty rooms, the clean floors, the absence of any signs of habitation. But I knew he was living there, living in the space where someone had died, sleeping in the room where she'd been found, walking the same path she'd walked in her final days. The footprints on my ceiling were his footprints, somehow transferring through the structure itself, marking his presence in the death room below. I moved out that night, taking only what I could carry. As I loaded my car, I saw him watching from a window, not the building manager's office, but from the apartment directly below mine. The apartment that was supposed to be empty. The apartment where someone had died alone, undiscovered, for 3 weeks. He raised his hand in a slow wave, and I noticed dirt under his fingernails, dark and rich like soil from a grave. I never reported what I discovered. Who would believe that footprints could blade through solid concrete, that a building manager could be living in a death room without anyone knowing, that the smell of decay could linger in the walls, in the air, in the very structure of a place where life had ended. Sometimes I wonder if the previous tenant had noticed footprints on her ceiling before she died, if she documented them, questioned them, tried to understand what they meant, if she'd felt that same sense of being watched, of breathing that wasn't her own, if she'd tried to leave, tried to escape, tried to get help. But I don't let myself think about that for too long, because then I'd have to consider the possibility that she hadn't died of natural causes at all, that someone had been in her apartment, walking above her, watching her, waiting, that the building manager hadn't found her by chance, but had known exactly when and where to look. And if that were true, then I'd have to wonder how many other tenants had noticed footprints on their ceilings, how many had felt that presence, that breathing, that sense of being observed, how many had tried to leave, and how many had succeeded. The footprints are still there, I'm certain. Still appearing nightly, still marking the path of someone who shouldn't exist in a space that should be empty, still bleeding through the concrete, carrying the memory of whatever happened in that room. And somewhere in another building, another apartment, another ceiling, new footprints are probably appearing, because some people never really leave the places where they feel most at home. Even if home is where someone else died. Crime 2, the apartment came furnished, old but charming. The closet in the bedroom had a peculiar feature, a bolt lock not on the outside but inside the door. At first I figured maybe it was for privacy. Then I found scratch marks on the inside paneling, thin lines like from fingernails trailing downward in uneven paths. One night I woke up to the closet door swinging slightly open. The lock was undone, even though I never touched it. I tried to ignore it until I found a small bundle tucked in the back corner, fabric, hair, and a note that read, "Keep the door closed." I bolted it shut again, but now I hear tapping, and it always stops when I look. The tapping became routine, always soft, always rhythmic, like someone gently drumming their knuckles against wood. I started recording it on my phone, playing it back during quiet afternoons. The sound quality was poor, but there was something else underneath, a faint whisper, barely audible. I enhanced the audio through different apps, adjusting frequencies until words emerged. "Help me," over and over in a voice that sounded young, desperate. I contacted the landlord about the apartment's history. She was hesitant at first, then invited me over for coffee. Her kitchen smelled of lavender and old newspapers. When I mentioned the closet, her expression changed. She set down her cup with trembling hands and told me about the previous tenant, a college student who lived there for 2 years before disappearing. The police investigated, found no signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play. Just an empty apartment with all belongings intact, as if she had simply vanished into air. The woman's voice dropped to a whisper as she described finding personal items still in the drawers, textbooks stacked neatly on the desk, even food in the refrigerator that hadn't spoiled yet. The authorities concluded she had left voluntarily, maybe to start fresh somewhere else. But there was something the landlord never told them. She had found the closet door locked from the inside when she first entered the empty apartment. She had to remove the hinges to open it. That evening I examined the closet more carefully. The scratch marks weren't random. They formed patterns, almost like tally marks grouped in fives. I counted them, 47 groups, 235 marks total. The fabric bundle I had found earlier was still there, wrapped in what looked like a torn piece of clothing. Inside, the hair was tangled with small metal objects, jewelry, buttons, a broken chain. The note was written on the back of a receipt, the ink smudged but still legible. The date stamp showed it was from 3 years ago. I started visiting the local coffee shops and bookstores, showing people a photo of the previous tenant I found in old mail still forwarded to the apartment. A barista recognized her immediately. She used to come in every morning, always nervous, always looking over her shoulder. She mentioned having trouble with someone following her, someone who knew where she lived. The barista remembered the last time she saw her. She looked different, almost relieved, and said she had found a solution to her problem. The pieces began forming a disturbing picture. I checked the apartment building's security footage archives, convincing the management company I was researching the property's history for insurance purposes. The recordings from 3 years ago showed the student entering the building normally for weeks, then a gap of several days with no sightings. But there was something else, a figure on the stairwell cameras during those missing days, moving through the hallways with purpose, carrying what looked like supplies. I enhanced the footage, zooming in on the figure's face. The image was grainy, but the build and movement patterns were familiar. I had seen this person before in other recordings throughout the building's archive. They had been there regularly, always after dark, always avoiding the main entrance cameras. The realization hit me like cold water. This wasn't a random stalker. This was someone with intimate knowledge of the building, someone who had access, someone who knew exactly how to move unseen. The tapping stopped for several days after my discovery. The silence was worse than the sound. I found myself checking the closet compulsively, pressing my ear against the door, waiting for any noise. When the sounds finally returned, they were different, more urgent, more frantic. Not gentle knocking, but desperate scratching, like claws against wood. I recorded everything, building a timeline of patterns and frequencies. Late one evening, while reviewing my recordings, I noticed something I had missed before. In the background of one audio file, there was another sound, footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. I checked the timestamp against the building's current security logs. Someone had been in the building that night, moving through the corridors while I was focused on the closet sounds. The access records showed a key card entry, but the name associated with it made my blood freeze. It was the maintenance supervisor, the same person who had given me the apartment tour, who had access to every unit, who knew about the closet's unusual lock mechanism. I remembered how he had lingered when showing me the bedroom, how his eyes had fixed on the closet door with an expression I couldn't read at the time. Now I understood it wasn't curiosity, it was familiarity. I confronted him the next morning in the building's basement office. His workspace was cluttered with keys, tools, and building schematics. When I mentioned the previous tenant, his hand stilled on the papers he was sorting. He claimed not to remember much about her, just that she was quiet, kept to herself. But when I mentioned the closet lock, something shifted in his demeanor. He became defensive, asking why I was so interested in old tenants, suggesting I should focus on my own business. That night the tapping became violent pounding. I grabbed my phone and called the police, but when they arrived and opened the closet, there was nothing inside except my own belongings. The officers looked at me with barely concealed skepticism as I tried to explain the sounds, the recordings, the history. They suggested I might be experiencing stress from the move, recommended I speak with someone about adjustment disorders. After they left, I sat in the darkness listening to the silence. The closet door stood open, innocent and empty. But as I watched, something caught the light differently, a small hole in the back wall, partially hidden behind a loose board. I pried it open with a screwdriver and found a narrow passage leading into the building's infrastructure, just wide enough for a person to crawl through. The space beyond was darkness, but I could smell something stale and wrong. I never entered that passage. Instead, I packed my belongings and moved out the next morning. But I still hear the tapping sometimes, even in my new place across town. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if the sounds were really coming from inside the closet at all. Maybe they were coming from someone who knew exactly when I was listening, someone who had keys to every door, someone who understood that the most terrifying prisons are the ones we lock ourselves into. The police never found the missing student. The case remains open but inactive, and the apartment has had 3 more tenants since I left. None of them stayed longer than a month. The landlord tells people it's because of the old plumbing, the quirky layout, the way sounds carry through the walls, but I know better. Some doors should never be opened, and some locks exist for reasons we're better off not understanding. The maintenance supervisor still works at the building. I see him sometimes when I drive past, always carrying his ring of keys, always watching the windows with that same unreadable expression. And I wonder how many other tenants have heard tapping in the night, how many have found strange objects hidden in dark corners, how many have moved away without asking the questions that might lead to answers they weren't prepared to handle. Crime 3, I was fixing a crack near the window when I noticed the drywall felt hollow. I pressed harder and the panel caved slightly. Behind it, wrapped in plastic, was a bundle of cash, rotting and old, but deeper in the gap I saw something else. A camera lens, wired, facing inward. The more I investigated, the more I found inside the walls, behind vents, under floorboards. Someone had been watching whoever lived here. There were batteries, microphones, even labeled wires. I called the landlord. He told me the unit had never been renovated, which means everything was placed intentionally. Before I could ask more, he hung up. The silence that followed felt different, not empty, but full of something I couldn't name. I sat on the floor, staring at the hole I'd created, trying to process what lay before me. The camera was small, professional grade, not the kind you'd buy at any electronics store. The wiring was neat, deliberate, installed by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. I pulled out my phone and took pictures, then immediately deleted them. Something told me documentation might not be wise. The cash smelled like mold and neglect, bills from different decades mixed together as if someone had been collecting them over a very long period. Some were so deteriorated they crumbled when I touched them. The apartment had always felt strange to me. I'd moved in 3 months earlier, drawn by the below-market rent and the landlord's eagerness to sign the lease without references. Now I understood why. The previous tenant, a woman whose name I'd never learned, had left suddenly according to the neighbors. No forwarding address, no explanation, just gone between one day and the next. I started checking every wall, every corner, every space that seemed slightly off. Behind the bathroom mirror, another camera. Under the kitchen sink, a recording device with hours of footage stored on memory cards I didn't dare review. The living room vent concealed a microphone system that could pick up whispers from across the room. Every invasion was carefully planned, expertly hidden, designed to capture without detection. The neighbor from across the hall knocked that evening. She was an older woman who'd lived in the building for years, someone who noticed patterns and remembered faces. She asked if I'd been making noise, drilling into walls. I told her I was doing some maintenance work, nothing major. Her expression shifted, became guarded in a way that made my chest tighten. She mentioned the previous tenant again, how quiet she'd become in her final weeks. How she'd started covering her windows with thick curtains and rarely left the apartment. How she'd seemed paranoid, constantly looking over her shoulder, jumping at unexpected sounds. The neighbors had assumed she was struggling with mental health issues. Now I wondered if she'd discovered what I was finding. I spent the next few days researching the building's history, searching public records for any information about surveillance complaints or unusual incidents. Nothing official existed, but I found forum posts from years past, vague mentions of residents feeling watched, of strange noises in walls during quiet hours, of people moving out unexpectedly without explanation. The landlord avoided my calls for a week. When he finally answered, his voice carried a tension I hadn't noticed before. He insisted the surveillance equipment must have been installed by the previous tenant, perhaps as some kind of security system she'd forgotten to remove. His explanation felt rehearsed, too convenient, like he'd been preparing for this conversation. I asked about other tenants, whether anyone else had reported similar discoveries. The line went quiet for a long moment before he claimed no one had ever mentioned anything unusual, but his pause told a different story. Someone knew about the cameras, the microphones, the careful network of observation equipment threaded through the building's structure like a nervous system. The memory cards were the worst part. I finally gathered the courage to review one, choosing what looked like the oldest recording. The footage showed the apartment from multiple angles, capturing someone's daily routine with disturbing intimacy. Brushing teeth, cooking meals, making phone calls, sleeping. Months of surveillance, maybe years, all carefully catalogued and stored. The person being recorded was the previous tenant. I recognized her from the blurry photos I'd found online, trying to research who had lived here before me. But seeing her through these hidden cameras felt like witnessing something I was never meant to see. Her movements became increasingly nervous as the recordings progressed, as if she sensed the observation but couldn't locate its source. I started staying elsewhere, crashing on friends' couches while trying to decide what to do with this information. The police seemed like the obvious choice, but something held me back. The sophistication of the surveillance system suggested resources and planning that went beyond casual voyeurism. This felt organized, purposeful, connected to something larger than one apartment building. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. While reviewing the wiring behind the kitchen wall, I found a small notebook wedged deep in the space, wrapped in the same plastic as the cache. The handwriting was careful, methodical, documenting installation dates and equipment specifications. But more importantly, it contained names, addresses, and notes about multiple properties across the area. This wasn't isolated to my apartment. The notebook revealed a network of surveilled locations, each entry noting the number of cameras installed, the quality of audio equipment, and disturbingly personal details about the residents being watched. Young women living alone seemed to be the primary targets, their routines documented with clinical precision. I recognized some of the addresses from missing person reports I'd seen in local news over the past few years. Women who disappeared without trace, leaving behind apartments that were quickly re-rented below market value. The pattern was subtle but consistent enough to make my hands shake as I read. The final entry in the notebook was dated just 2 days before the previous tenant had vanished. It simply said subject aware, immediate relocation required. Below that, an address I didn't recognize and a phone number with no name attached. I called the number from a payphone, my voice carefully disguised. A man answered, speaking in a tone that suggested he'd been expecting contact. He asked for a reference number, something I obviously couldn't provide. When I remained silent, he asked if this was about the recent discovery. The way he phrased it made clear he already knew what I'd found. He offered to meet to explain what I'd stumbled into to help me understand the larger picture. His voice carried an authority that suggested this conversation had happened before with other people who'd made similar discoveries. But something in his tone, a barely contained urgency, warned me against agreeing. Instead, I hung up and walked away, leaving the notebook and memory cards in a safety deposit box across town. The apartment felt different when I returned that night, as if the walls themselves were watching, waiting to see what I would do next. The surveillance equipment was gone by morning. Every camera, every microphone, every wire had been removed with surgical precision, leaving only small holes that could easily be explained as normal wear. Even the cash had vanished, though I was certain I'd left it exactly where I'd found it. My lease was terminated the following week, a sudden water damage issue that required extensive renovation, making the unit uninhabitable. The landlord offered to help me find alternative accommodation, his helpfulness now feeling more like management than courtesy. I declined and moved across the region, choosing a place with no connection to him or his properties. But sometimes in my new apartment, I catch myself checking the walls, running my hands along surfaces that feel slightly hollow, listening for sounds that don't belong. The notebook remains in that safety deposit box, along with the few memory cards I managed to preserve. Evidence of something I still don't fully understand, something that continues somewhere else, with someone else making the same discoveries I made. The previous tenant's disappearance was never investigated as anything more than a voluntary departure. Her personal belongings were donated to charity, her security deposit returned to an address that didn't exist. The official record shows nothing unusual, nothing that would prompt questions or investigation. I know I should have done more, should have pushed harder for answers or official intervention. But late at night, when I hear footsteps in empty hallways or notice cars parked too long outside my building, I wonder if my silence was the price of my own safety. And whether the person who installed that surveillance network is still out there, still watching, still waiting for the next tenant to discover what lies hidden within their walls. Crime 4, when I bought the house, the backyard was overgrown and wild. I spent days clearing weeds and digging flower beds. That's when I found the first one, a single human tooth. At first I laughed it off, maybe some weird Halloween decoration. But then I found another, then 4 more, some cracked, others clean. They were all real. I called the previous owner, no answer. I started digging systematically and uncovered a shallow pit lined with plastic, bones, not animal. I took one inside and froze. It had carving marks, symbols, almost artistic. Someone buried more than remains. They buried a message. The smell hit me first when I brought the bone inside. Sweet decay mixed with something chemical, like old cleaning supplies left too long in a closed garage. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I set it on the kitchen counter under the fluorescent light. The symbols weren't random scratches. They formed patterns, deliberate and precise. Whoever did this took their time. I spread newspapers across the table and laid out everything I'd found. 17 teeth total, 3-finger bones, a fragment of what looked like a jaw. Each piece told part of a story I wasn't sure I wanted to read. The plastic sheeting was thick, industrial grade, not something you pick up casually at a hardware store. This was planned. The house felt different now. Every creak in the walls, every shadow in the corners took on new meaning. I walked through each room, looking for signs the previous owner might have left behind. In the basement, behind the water heater, I found a cardboard box pushed against the wall. Inside were newspaper clippings, all missing person reports from different periods spanning several decades. No obvious connection between the cases, but someone had been collecting them. I tried calling the real estate agent who handled the sale. She sounded nervous when I mentioned the previous owner's name, said he'd been eager to sell, accepting the first offer without negotiation. Cash only, no inspection. She gave me his forwarding address, but when I drove there, the apartment building manager said no one by that name had ever lived there. The neighbors were more helpful in their own way. The elderly woman next door remembered him as quiet, kept to himself mostly, but she mentioned something that made my blood run cold. He'd often worked in the garden at night, claiming he preferred the cooler air. She'd seen him digging by flashlight more than once, always in the same corner of the yard where I'd found the bones. I contacted the police, expecting them to take over immediately. The detective who came out seemed almost bored. He bagged the evidence, took my statement, and promised to follow up. But when I called back weeks later, he said the bones were too degraded for DNA testing, and the case was being classified as historical remains of unknown origin. No active investigation warranted. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those carved symbols, the way they seemed to flow together like a language I should understand but couldn't quite grasp. I went back to the basement and studied the newspaper clippings more carefully. The missing persons all shared certain characteristics, similar age ranges, all last seen in residential areas, all cases that eventually went cold. In the back of the box, I found something that changed everything. A small notebook filled with handwritten entries, dates, descriptions, and those same symbols I'd seen carved into the bones. The entries read like observations, clinical and detached. Someone had been watching people, following patterns, making plans. The final entry was dated just 2 months before I bought the house. It described a new location being prepared, something about better drainage and deeper soil. An address was written at the bottom of the page, my new address. I realized then that I wasn't the first person to find what was buried in that garden. I was supposed to be the next addition to it. The previous owner hadn't fled because he was finished. He'd left because his work was interrupted. The house was supposed to have a different buyer, someone who matched his pattern, someone who wouldn't be missed for a while. But the sale had fallen through at the last minute, and I'd stepped in with my cash offer and quick closing timeline. I disrupted his carefully laid plans by accident. Now I understood why he'd been so eager to sell to me specifically. He'd researched me just like he'd researched all the others. Single, new to the area, no close family nearby. The notebook contained sketches of my daily routine, my work schedule, even the layout of my apartment before I moved. He'd been watching me for months, preparing. The garden wasn't just a burial site. It was a workshop, a place where he perfected his methods before moving on to the next location. I packed everything back into the box and sealed it with tape. The police wouldn't listen, but I had to do something with this information. I couldn't just pretend I'd never found it. Too many people had disappeared for me to stay silent. But I also couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching, still waiting for his chance to finish what he'd started. The house doesn't feel like home anymore. Every delivery person, every repair technician, every neighbor who stops to chat makes me wonder if it's him, wearing a different face, playing a different role. The garden is beautiful now, full of flowers and vegetables, but I know what lies beneath. I know what was planned for that empty space next to the tool shed. Sometimes I catch myself looking out the window at night, searching the shadows for movement that doesn't belong. Other times I wake up convinced I heard digging sounds from the backyard, only to find nothing disturbed in the morning light. The symbols from the notebook have started appearing in my dreams, forming words in a language that feels familiar but remains just out of reach. I've never stopped searching for him, but the more I learn, the more I realize that finding him might not bring the closure I'm hoping for. Because the deeper I dig into this case, the more I wonder if the person I'm looking for has been watching me dig all along. The truth is buried somewhere in that garden, along with all the others who came before me. And despite everything I've uncovered, I still don't know if I'm the detective in this story or just another victim who hasn't been buried yet. Crime 5, it was a small bedroom window barely wide enough to fit through, but it had a latch, not a normal one. It locked from the outside, from the brick wall, the kind you'd see on cages or old sheds. I tried to ignore it until I noticed scratches on the sill, long, chaotic scratches as if someone had desperately tried to claw their way out. That night I dreamed of someone staring at me through the glass, whispering. The next morning the latch had shifted. And my fingernails had dirt beneath them, dirt I don't remember touching. I should have walked away then, should have packed my things and found another place to rent, but something about that window kept pulling me back. The house felt wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The previous tenant had left suddenly, the landlord mentioned, personal reasons, family emergency, the usual excuses people give when they don't want to explain. The scratches weren't random. When I looked closer, they formed patterns, desperate, repetitive motions. Someone had spent considerable effort trying to escape through that window. The wood beneath was splintered, painted over hastily with a shade that didn't quite match the rest of the frame. Fresh paint that still carried that chemical smell when the sun hit it directly. I started asking questions around the neighborhood. Casual conversations with people walking their dogs, small talk with the woman who lived across the street. Nobody remembered much about the previous tenant. A quiet person, they said, kept to themselves, worked strange hours, the kind of neighbor you barely notice until they're gone. But their stories didn't align. One person described a tall figure who always wore dark clothing. Another remembered someone shorter, always carrying heavy bags. The woman across the street mentioned hearing music playing late into the night, while the man next door insisted the house was always silent, too silent. I found the first piece of evidence in the basement, a small digital recorder wedged behind the water heater, its red light still blinking. The battery was nearly dead, but there was enough power for one playback. The voice that emerged was strained, desperate. Someone documenting their daily routine, their growing paranoia, their certainty that they were being watched. The recordings painted a picture of escalating fear. The person had installed additional locks, covered windows with thick curtains, stopped answering the door. They spoke about feeling trapped, about someone who knew their schedule, who left subtle signs of their presence. A moved object, a door left slightly ajar, food that had been touched but not taken. The final recording was different, calmer, almost resigned. The voice described preparing for something, making arrangements, leaving clues for whoever might come after. They mentioned the window, how it had been modified, how it represented everything wrong with the situation. Then the recording cut to silence, followed by sounds I couldn't identify. Scratching, heavy breathing, a thud. I contacted the landlord again, pressing for more information about the previous tenant. His answers became evasive. Legal complications, he said, privacy concerns, but he let slip that the security deposit had never been returned, not because of damage, but because they couldn't locate the person to return it. No forwarding address, no contact information, as if they had simply vanished. The police report was thin. Missing person case filed by a concerned colleague who hadn't heard from them in weeks. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play. The investigation had stalled, then quietly closed when no new leads emerged. Just another adult who had chosen to disappear, according to the official conclusion. But the evidence suggested otherwise. I found hair samples caught in the window latch, skin cells embedded in the scratched wood, signs that someone had fought desperately to escape through that window despite its impossible lock mechanism. The outside latch wasn't decorative, it was functional, designed to keep someone inside. The neighbors' contradictory descriptions began to make sense when I realized they were describing different people. The previous tenant and someone else, someone who had been watching, waiting, controlling. The heavy bags weren't belongings being moved in, but evidence being moved out. The strange hours weren't work schedules, but surveillance patterns. I started having my own experiences. Objects moved when I was out. Food that tasted different, as if someone had handled it. The sensation of being observed through windows I couldn't see from inside. The sound of footsteps on the roof during storms when no one should have been outside. The window latch had been installed recently. The hardware store clerk remembered the purchase, though not the buyer. Cash transaction. Someone who knew exactly what they needed, who had measured carefully. The type of lock used in secure facilities, not residential homes, designed to contain, not protect. I found the second recorder hidden in the kitchen cabinet, behind old paint cans the landlord had forgotten to remove. This one contained conversations, two voices, one familiar from the basement recording, increasingly agitated and pleading. The other calm, methodical, explaining how isolation worked, how fear could be cultivated and controlled. The controlled voice spoke about experiments, about studying human behavior under stress, about creating perfect conditions for psychological breakdown. The previous tenant hadn't been a victim of random crime. They had been selected, studied, gradually imprisoned in their own home until escape became impossible. The recordings ended abruptly, but I found traces of what happened next. Bleach stains on the basement floor, carefully scrubbed but still visible under certain light. Tool marks on the window frame where the latch had been installed. DNA evidence I couldn't process myself but could see had been hastily cleaned. The person who had done this was methodical, patient, someone who understood how to make a person disappear without raising suspicion, who could manipulate official records, influence witnesses, create the appearance of voluntary departure, someone still operating, still selecting new subjects. I realized the terrible truth during my third week in the house. The landlord's evasive answers weren't about privacy or legal complications. They were about complicity. The quick rental, the low deposit, the dismissive attitude toward my questions. This wasn't coincidence. The window latch clicked again during my final night there, but this time I was on the right side of the glass. The scratches on the sill weren't made by someone trying to escape. They were made by someone trying to get in, someone who had been watching me just as carefully as they had watched the previous tenant. I packed quietly, left no forwarding address, paid rent through the end of the month to avoid questions. But I know now that leaving doesn't guarantee safety. The methodology was too refined, too practiced. Somewhere else, in another house with another modified window, the same careful process is beginning again. The case remains officially closed. The missing person is still missing. And I wake up some nights wondering if the dirt under my fingernails that first morning was from someone else's grave or from digging my own. Crime 6, when I asked about the door in the ceiling, he shrugged. No attic in that unit. But I could see the outline, the hinges, a thin string dangling. I pulled it down. Dust fell and a narrow passage opened. I climbed up and found a small room empty except for a mattress, a chain bolt on the floor, and dozens of cigarette butts. The walls were covered in tally marks, hundreds, some crossed out. I didn't stay long. When I came back the next day with a flashlight, the mattress was gone. So were the marks, but the smell lingered. Someone had lived up there, maybe still does. The rental agreement never mentioned an attic. I read it again, running my finger along each line. Standard lease terms, nothing unusual. But the absence felt deliberate now, like someone had carefully omitted what should have been included. I called the landlord. His voice carried that same dismissive tone when he repeated his claim about no attic space existing in the building. I started paying attention to sounds above my bedroom, soft scratching, occasional creaks that didn't match the settling patterns of old wood. During quiet evenings, I'd lie still and listen. Sometimes I heard what sounded like pages turning, other times a rhythmic tapping like someone counting. The neighbor in the adjacent unit seemed nervous when I mentioned strange noises. She glanced upward quickly, then back at me. The building has quirks, she said, but her fingers twisted around her keychain while she spoke. When I asked how long she'd lived there, she couldn't give me a straight answer. Her lease started around the same period as mine, but she spoke about the place like someone who'd been watching it for much longer. I brought a ladder from the storage room and examined the ceiling access more carefully. The dust pattern around the frame showed recent disturbance. Fresh fingerprints on the metal hinges, still visible under my flashlight beam. Someone had been opening this passage regularly, despite what the landlord claimed. Inside the space again, I noticed details I'd missed during my first quick visit. Water stains on one wall formed an odd pattern, almost like someone had tried to clean something away but couldn't remove the discoloration completely. The chain bolt wasn't randomly placed. It was positioned exactly where someone lying on a mattress would reach. The cigarette butts weren't scattered carelessly. They were arranged in small piles like someone had been sorting them. I photographed everything before leaving. Back in my apartment, I studied the images on my phone screen. In one corner of the attic space, partially hidden behind a support beam, I could make out what looked like fabric. I hadn't noticed it while I was up there. The next afternoon, I climbed back up to investigate. The fabric turned out to be a small cloth bag tied with string. Inside were personal items, a bracelet with someone's initials scratched into the metal, a folded piece of paper with an address written in shaky handwriting, and a photograph of a woman smiling at the camera. She looked young, maybe college age. The address wasn't local, it was several states away. I researched the address online. It belonged to a family who'd reported their daughter missing 3 years earlier. The missing person's description matched the woman in the photograph. I stared at the screen for a long period, reading and rereading the details. She'd been traveling, looking for temporary housing when she disappeared. The last confirmed sighting was at a bus station not far from my current neighborhood. The landlord's phone went directly to voicemail when I tried calling. I drove to his office address, but the building was empty, with a for lease sign in the window. The property management company listed on my rental agreement didn't exist when I searched for it online. I'd been paying rent to someone whose identity I couldn't verify. That evening I heard footsteps above my bedroom, not the usual creaking or settling sounds, actual footsteps pacing back and forth. I grabbed my phone and went outside to look at the roof line. No external access to the attic space. Whoever was up there had to be using the same ceiling entrance I'd found. I waited in my car across the street, watching the building. Around midnight, I saw a figure moving past one of the windows in the unit above mine. But according to the mailboxes, that unit was supposed to be vacant. I'd never seen lights or heard sounds from that direction during the daytime. The next morning, I contacted the police and showed them the items I'd found. The officer took notes and said they'd look into it, but his tone suggested routine procedure rather than urgent concern. He mentioned that people sometimes stage discoveries for attention or insurance claims. I couldn't argue with his skepticism. My story did sound unlikely when spoken aloud. I kept the photograph of the missing woman on my kitchen table, studying her face while I ate breakfast each morning. She had the same expression my sister wore in family photos, trusting, optimistic about whatever came next. The thought of her spending time in that cramped space above my bedroom, making tally marks on the wall, made it difficult to concentrate on normal activities. The neighbor started avoiding me after my conversation with the police. When I knocked on her door, she pretended not to be home, even though I could hear her television playing inside. I left notes asking her to call me, but she never responded. One afternoon, I noticed she'd placed heavy curtains over all her windows. I found a pattern in the utility bills that troubled me. The electricity usage for my unit was significantly higher than what my actual consumption should have been. Someone else was drawing power from the same meter. I examined every outlet and fixture in my apartment, but couldn't account for the extra usage. The only explanation was that someone had tapped into the electrical system from the hidden space above. When I tried accessing the attic again, the ceiling panel was locked from the inside. Someone had installed a new mechanism that prevented it from opening. I could hear movement up there while I stood on the ladder, but whoever was inside wouldn't respond when I called out. I pressed my ear against the ceiling and listened to what sounded like quiet conversation, 2 voices, maybe more. The missing woman's family contacted me after the police shared my report with them. Her mother's voice broke when she asked me to describe the photograph I'd found. Every detail I mentioned matched their memories of their daughter. She'd been searching for affordable housing when she disappeared, willing to accept unusual arrangements because her budget was limited. I started sleeping in my living room instead of the bedroom. The sounds from above became more frequent and varied. Sometimes music, played so quietly I could barely detect it. Other times, hushed arguments that continued past sunrise. I recorded what I could hear on my phone, but the audio quality was too poor to make out specific words. The landlord finally returned my calls, but only to inform me that my lease wouldn't be renewed. He offered no explanation, just a brief notification that I needed to find new housing. When I asked about the attic space, he hung up. I tried calling back immediately, but the number was no longer in service. On my last night in the apartment, I heard someone crying above my bedroom. It was soft, muffled, but unmistakably human distress. I pounded on the ceiling and shouted that I wanted to help, that they could come down and talk to me. The crying stopped. I waited for hours, but heard nothing else. I moved to a different part of the area, but I drive past the building sometimes. The windows in my old unit are always dark now. The for rent sign in the yard has been there for months, but it never seems to attract actual tenants. I still have the photograph of the missing woman. Her family asked me to keep it, hoping I might remember something else that could help them understand what happened to her. I wonder if the next tenant will notice the ceiling access panel, if they'll be curious enough to pull the string and climb up to investigate, if they'll find new tally marks on the walls, or if the space will be empty again, waiting for the cycle to continue. The landlord probably tells the same lie about no attic existing in the unit. Some people accept what they're told without questioning the obvious evidence in front of them. I never learned what happened to the woman in the photograph. The case remains unsolved, filed away with thousands of other missing person reports. But I know she was in that space above my bedroom, counting days or events with marks on the wall, hidden from everyone who might have helped her. The question that keeps me awake is whether she left on her own terms, or if someone made that decision for her. Crime 7, the sound started as a low vibration. I thought it was plumbing, but it kept coming late at night, deep and rhythmic, like scraping. I checked the basement, nothing, but one day the floor near the boiler cracked slightly. I pried it open and found a cavity, fresh dirt, a tunnel hand dug leading outward. I crawled in and followed it for several feet. It split in two directions. One led back to my crawl space, the other toward the neighbor's yard. That night I heard someone walking under the floor. Slow, deliberate. Now I don't sleep, I just listen and wait for them to break through. I should have called the authorities immediately. Instead, I found myself drawn back to that opening night after night, pressing my ear against the wooden boards. The footsteps had rhythm, purpose. Someone knew exactly where they were going down there. The dirt was still damp when I touched it, mixed with something that smelled metallic, not rust, something organic. My neighbor had lived there for decades, a quiet woman who kept her curtains drawn and her yard immaculate. We'd exchanged pleasantries over the fence, but she always seemed nervous, glancing toward her house as if expecting someone. Her hands shook when she held her coffee mug during our brief conversations. I'd attributed it to age, but now those trembling fingers took on new meaning. I began documenting everything. The sounds came in patterns, 3 short scrapes, pause, 2 long ones like a code. I recorded them on my phone, playing them back during daylight, trying to decipher their meaning. The audio revealed something my ears had missed, breathing, heavy, labored breathing between the scraping sounds. Someone was working hard down there. The tunnel system was more extensive than I'd initially realized. Using a flashlight, I mapped what I could reach without crawling too far into the darkness. The craftsmanship was crude but deliberate. Whoever had dug this had taken their time, reinforcing weak spots with scrap wood and creating ventilation shafts that led to the surface. This wasn't random, this was planned. I started paying closer attention to my neighbor's routine. She received deliveries at odd hours, always meeting the trucks herself, never allowing drivers to approach the house. Her garbage was minimal, almost suspiciously so for someone living alone. But what struck me most was how she moved around her property, never walking directly across her lawn, always taking circuitous routes, as if she knew exactly where not to step. The breakthrough came when I found the photographs. Wedged behind a support beam in the tunnel, wrapped in plastic, were dozens of pictures. Not recent ones, the colors were faded, the clothing styles dated, but the faces were unmistakable. Multiple people, different ages, all posed in what looked like the same basement, the basement beneath the house next door. Each photograph was numbered in pencil on the back, sequential, methodical. I recognized one face from a missing person flyer I'd seen posted around the neighborhood months earlier. A college student who disappeared while walking home. The flyer had been taken down after a few weeks, the case presumably gone cold, but here was evidence that someone had been very close to home all along. The woman's behavior began making perfect sense. The nervous glances, the restricted access to her property, the minimal waste output. She wasn't just living above whatever was happening in those tunnels, she was part of it. The question was whether she was a victim or something else entirely. I confronted her on a morning when the scraping had been particularly intense. She was tending to her flowers, but her movements were mechanical, distracted. When I mentioned hearing sounds from below ground, her reaction was immediate. Pure terror flashed across her face before she composed herself. She insisted she knew nothing about any tunnels, but her voice cracked on every word. That evening the sound stopped completely. No scraping, no footsteps, no breathing. The silence was somehow worse than the noise had been. I went down to check the tunnel entrance and found it had been sealed with fresh concrete, professional work, smooth and level, as if it had never existed. But the photographs remained, and the memory of that metallic smell mixed with damp earth, and the way my neighbor had looked at me when I'd mentioned the sounds, not surprise but recognition, fear of being discovered. The missing person flyers around the neighborhood had all disappeared overnight, every single one. Someone had taken them down systematically, covering their tracks, or maybe eliminating evidence of patterns that were becoming too obvious to ignore. I still live in that house. My neighbor moved away suddenly, leaving no forwarding address. The new residents seem normal enough, but sometimes, late at night, I press my ear to the floor and listen. The concrete seal has held, but concrete can crack, and some sounds, once you've heard them, never really go away. The photographs are hidden in my attic now, evidence of something I can't prove, memories of faces I'll never forget. Sometimes I wonder if I should have done more, said more, pushed harder for answers. But then I remember the way she looked at me that morning among her flowers, like someone who had secrets worth killing for. The truth is buried now, literally and figuratively, but truth has a way of surfacing, especially when someone has been digging. Crime 8, I printed pictures from my hiking trip, just forest shots, no people, but when I looked through them later, someone was there, in the background, half visible, wearing dark clothes. In photo after photo, they got closer. At first I thought it was a camera error, then I found older prints in a box from years ago, different trips, different cameras. The same figure was there too, unmistakable, always just behind me. I scanned the negatives, the figure was there, not edited in. It had always been there, but no one I know remembers seeing them, not once. The smell of old photo paper filled my basement as I spread every print across my workbench. My hands shook as I arranged them chronologically. The pattern was undeniable. Each hiking season, each mountain trail, each supposedly solitary adventure, the figure appeared, always maintaining the same distance. Always positioned where I couldn't have seen them while taking the shot. I called my brother first. He had joined me on several trips, carried his own camera, taken his own pictures. His voice carried that familiar dismissive tone when I explained what I was seeing. He insisted no one else had been there. His photos showed the same landscapes, the same weather, but his backgrounds remained empty, clean, normal. The local photo lab became my second home. The technician, a woman with ink-stained fingers and tired eyes, examined my negatives under her magnifying equipment. Her expression shifted from professional courtesy to genuine confusion. She confirmed what I already knew but couldn't accept. The images hadn't been tampered with. The figure existed in the original exposures, captured by the camera lens itself. Sleep became elusive. I found myself studying each photograph with a magnifying glass, searching for details I might have missed. The figure's clothing never changed, dark jacket, hood pulled up, obscuring facial features. Their posture suggested someone accustomed to moving through wilderness terrain, someone who knew how to remain unnoticed. My hiking journal revealed disturbing correlations. On days when I had felt watched, when an unexplained chill had run down my spine, when I had turned around expecting to see someone, those were the days when the figure appeared closest in the photographs. My subconscious had registered their presence even when my conscious mind had dismissed the sensation. The police officer who reviewed my case spoke in measured tones. She examined the photographs with professional detachment, noting the technical impossibility of what I was showing her. Her report would document the facts but offered no explanation. No similar cases existed in their files. No missing persons matched the shadowy profile. The investigation would remain open but inactive. I began researching the trails themselves, combing through online forums and hiking communities. Other hikers shared stories of feeling observed during solitary expeditions, of footsteps that echoed their own but never quite synchronized, of camps they discovered that showed signs of recent abandonment, but none had photographic evidence, none had proof. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a retired park ranger who had worked the mountain territories for decades. He listened to my account without skepticism, nodding as if he had heard similar stories before. His weathered hands traced the trails on my topographic maps, marking locations where he had encountered strange circumstances over the years. He spoke of a particular hiker who had gone missing years earlier during what should have been a routine day trip. The search teams had found no trace, no evidence of accident or foul play. The case had been closed as a voluntary disappearance, but the ranger had always harbored doubts. The missing hiker had been an experienced outdoorsman, someone who knew the terrain intimately. The physical description matched what little I could discern from my photographs. Similar build, familiar with wilderness survival, comfortable moving through difficult terrain without leaving obvious tracks. The ranger shared his theory quietly, reluctantly, as if speaking the words aloud gave them dangerous power. What if the missing hiker had never truly disappeared? What if they had chosen to remain in the wilderness, living off the grid, sustaining themselves through methods that required careful observation of other hikers? What if they had been following people like me, learning our patterns, our routes, our habits? The implications settled over me like cold mountain air. I thought of all the times I had left my pack unattended while photographing wildlife, of the food that had disappeared from my supplies, losses I had attributed to animals, of the nights when I had awakened to sounds that seemed almost human but not quite right. My photographs suddenly felt less like evidence and more like documentation of a predator's patient surveillance. Each image represented a moment when I had been completely vulnerable, completely unaware of the presence that had been cataloging my movements. The figure in the background wasn't just watching, they were studying. I stopped hiking alone. The photographs went into a secure storage unit, along with detailed notes about each location and circumstance. The police file remained open, though I knew it would eventually be archived among other unsolved mysteries. The ranger retired, taking his theories and suspicions with him into quiet civilian life. But sometimes, when I am driving through mountain communities or passing trailheads, I find myself scanning the faces of people heading into the wilderness, looking for features that might match the shadowy profile from my photographs, wondering if the figure is still out there, still following solitary hikers, still remaining just beyond the edge of conscious awareness. The camera equipment sits unused in my closet now. The basement workspace has been converted to other purposes, but the questions remain unanswered and persistent. Who was following me through all those years of hiking? What did they want? And most disturbing of all, are they still out there, captured in someone else's photographs, waiting in someone else's background, watching from the shadows of someone else's adventure? The truth may be documented in those images, but it remains as elusive as the figure itself, always present, never quite clear, forever just beyond reach. Crime 9, I don't have kids, I don't even live near any. But when I moved into the apartment, a baby monitor sat on the windowsill. It was old, dusty, unplugged. I tossed it in a drawer, but it turned on by itself one night. A soft crackle, then static, then my voice, not talking, whimpering, pleading, saying things I've never said. I recorded it, played it for a tech friend. They said it wasn't playback, it was live transmission. Now every time I speak, I hear a delay, an echo. As if someone or something is repeating me, but not quite getting it right. The building manager handed me the keys with that practiced smile landlords wear when they're not telling you everything. The previous tenant left suddenly, she mentioned, waving her hand as if dismissing an unpleasant smell. Personal reasons. The apartment still held traces of whoever lived here before me, a faint sweetness in the air, like baby powder mixed with something else I couldn't identify. That first week I convinced myself the sounds were normal building noises. Pipes settling, neighbors through thin walls, the occasional car alarm from the street below. But the baby monitor in my drawer had other ideas. I'd wake to find it warm to the touch, its green LED blinking steadily in the darkness. No batteries inside, no power cord attached, yet somehow it lived. The recording started simple. Breathing that matched my own rhythm. A cough I'd made earlier in the day, played back with perfect clarity. Then came the whispers, my voice, but younger somehow, more desperate. Words I recognized but had never spoken aloud, thoughts I'd buried so deep I'd forgotten they existed. I began researching the building's history, spending afternoons in the local library's basement archives. The newspaper clippings painted a picture I wished I hadn't seen. A young mother living alone in my exact unit 3 years ago. Her baby had disappeared one night while she slept. No signs of forced entry. No witnesses. The investigation went cold within months, but the articles mentioned something that made my skin crawl. Neighbors reported hearing crying from her apartment for weeks after the child was declared missing. The mother insisted her baby was still there, still calling for her. Social services eventually removed her from the premises after she was found talking to empty corners, preparing bottles for no one, singing lullabies to silence. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to my apartment with new purpose. The baby monitor sat on my kitchen table, innocuous as a ceramic mug. I plugged it in, watching the red charging light flicker to life. Within minutes, it began transmitting. Not my voice this time, but something that made my hands shake as I adjusted the volume. A woman's voice, soft and broken, calling out names I didn't recognize. Apologizing over and over. Then, cutting through her pleas, another sound, a baby's cry, so faint it might have been imagination. But the monitor's LED pulsed in rhythm with each sob, confirming what my ears struggled to accept. I played the recording for my friend who works in electronics. They ran it through audio analysis software, isolating frequencies and measuring wavelengths. The results made no sense. The transmission was indeed live, not recorded. But more unsettling was the discovery that two distinct voices were present, one human, one that registered as something else entirely. The software couldn't classify it. That night I sat in my living room with the monitor volume turned high, waiting. The woman's voice returned, clearer now, as if she knew I was listening. She spoke about sleepless nights, about checking on her child every few minutes, about that terrible morning when silence replaced the familiar sounds of breathing. But as she talked, inconsistencies emerged. She described feeding schedules that didn't align, mentioned doctor's appointments for a child who, according to the missing person reports, had been too young for such visits. Her timeline shifted with each transmission, details changing like memories viewed through fractured glass. I started visiting the other tenants, casual conversations in the hallway that revealed uncomfortable truths. The woman upstairs remembered the young mother well, how she'd seemed to deteriorate after her boyfriend left, how she'd begun talking to herself, how she'd claimed her baby was sick when neighbors never heard crying. An older resident mentioned seeing the woman leave the building alone that final night, carrying what looked like a wrapped bundle. But when pressed for details, they couldn't be certain of what they'd actually witnessed versus what they'd convinced themselves they'd seen. The deeper I dug, the more the official story unraveled. Police reports contained gaps, witness statements contradicted each other, and the physical evidence seemed deliberately vague. A case file that should have been thorough read like a rough draft, missing crucial pages. Then I found the receipt, tucked between pages of a cookbook left in my kitchen cabinet, a purchase record for baby formula dated a week after the disappearance. The same day newspapers reported the mother's psychological evaluation. The monitor's transmissions grew more frequent, more urgent. The woman's voice now seemed to address me directly, asking if I could hear her child, if I understood what she'd had to do. Her words painted a picture of desperation so complete that reality had become negotiable. I began to suspect that the missing child had never existed at all, that a woman's grief had created an elaborate fiction, complete with phantom feedings and imaginary medical appointments. But the baby monitor suggested otherwise, broadcasting sounds that had no source, capturing voices that belonged to people who might never have been real. One evening, while reviewing my recordings, I noticed something that changed everything. In the background of the woman's latest transmission, barely audible beneath her desperate explanations, was my own voice. Not the echo I'd grown accustomed to, but something older. A conversation I'd had years ago, in a different apartment, in a different life. The realization hit like cold water. I'd lived here before. Not in this unit, but in this building. The memories I'd buried so carefully were surfacing through someone else's tragedy. The baby monitor wasn't picking up random transmissions. It was broadcasting my own forgotten history. As I write this, the monitor sits silent on my table. The green LED blinks steadily, patient as a heartbeat, waiting for the next transmission. I've stopped trying to understand the technical impossibility of what I'm experiencing. Instead, I've started listening more carefully to what the voices are really telling me. The woman's voice has grown quieter lately, more distant, but sometimes in the static between her words I hear something else. A sound I recognize but can't quite place. It might be breathing, it might be crying, or it might be the echo of choices I made so long ago that I convinced myself they never happened. The apartment manager called yesterday. She wanted to know if I planned to renew my lease. I told her I needed more time to decide, but the truth is I'm not sure I have a choice anymore. The baby monitor has made that decision for me. Every night it waits for me to remember what I've spent years trying to forget. And every morning I wake up a little less certain about who I really am. Story 10, the mysterious apartment held secrets beyond Sarah Coleman's imagination. The usual quirks of an old building, groaning pipes, creaking floorboards were overshadowed by something more unsettling, more eerie. The steady, deliberate footsteps that echoed from above, despite Sarah residing on the top floor, sent shivers down her spine. One fateful night, she summoned her courage and tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased, plunging the space into a heavy silence. Then a single knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah kept the strange incident to herself, brushing it off as the building settling or perhaps an animal roaming the attic. Night after night, the methodical footfalls persisted, tracing invisible paths across her ceiling in the cloak of darkness. She adapted, drowning out the unsettling sounds with loud TV volumes and wearing headphones to bed, desperate to escape the unsettling presence lingering above. Detective Morris stumbled upon the apartment's enigma when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawl space while repairing a water leak in the hallway outside Sarah's unit. Behind a section of drywall, an unexpected passage revealed itself, leading to a secret living space adorned with remnants of a clandestine existence, a blanket, food wrappers, and a cryptic notebook. Police were alerted, and Detective Morris, along with his partner Detective Rivera, delved into the unsettling discovery. The maintenance worker, visibly shaken, repeated his chilling revelation. Someone's been living in the walls, someone's been watching. The notebook unveiled meticulously recorded observations of Sarah, her routines, her visitors, her every movement. The final entries hinted at a disturbed mind, with cryptic symbols adorning the pages and a chilling declaration of being ignored. Forensic teams unearthed a labyrinth of hidden passages within the building's walls, connecting to multiple apartments, but leading to observation points only in Sarah's dwelling. Interviews with residents unveiled a pattern of unease among former tenants, with whispers of feeling watched and unexplained disturbances echoing through the building's history. The breakthrough occurred with the discovery of microscopic blood spatter in one of the concealed spaces, linking back to a missing tenant named Martin Weaver. Further investigations unveiled a pattern of unsettling behavior surrounding a former resident named Edward, who had a penchant for secrecy and a history of abrupt departures from various apartment buildings. The chilling truth unraveled as the investigators followed Edward's trail to a remote cabin adorned with eerie memorabilia of his victims. Maps, journals, and newspaper clippings painted a macabre picture of his twisted obsession with observing and maintaining his specimens. The grisly discovery of human remains behind the cabin solidified Edward's dark legacy. As authorities raced to apprehend Edward, a sinister message left behind in Sarah's apartment hinted at a new hiding place, evading capture once more. The manhunt for Edward Mercer, the elusive figure behind the horrors, intensified, leaving Detective Morris haunted by the thought of unsuspecting victims like Sarah, trapped in a nightmare of surveillance and fear. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remain unknown, her fate entwined with a series of inexplicable disappearances linked to Edward's hidden network of passages. The investigation serves as a grim reminder of the dangers lurking within seemingly ordinary walls, prompting a nationwide alert regarding unauthorized modifications and concealed spaces in apartment buildings. And as Detective Morris grapples with the chilling echoes of Sarah's ordeal, he finds himself gazing up at his own ceiling in the dead of night, pondering the chilling question: who else may be listening in the shadows, waiting to strike? Story 11, The Hidden Observer. The realtor's listing spoke nothing of a basement. The blueprints revealed no trace of it. Yet as the family unraveled the worn carpet, a concealed door emerged, a solid, weathered handle. It took their combined effort to force it open. A musty breath of air greeted them, heavy with the aroma of moist soil. Steps descended into shadows. They anticipated storage. Instead, they encountered a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, and on the wall behind it, a row of photographs of them. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during the desolate grip of winter, when the darkness enveloped early and the skeletal trees loomed against the frigid sky. The two-story dwelling, with its time-worn siding and groaning floors, exuded character, or so they had convinced themselves. character, and history. What they had not foreseen was the depth of history the house harbored, or how violently it would intertwine with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene secured with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice quivered as she recounted the discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else descends," Connors directed, donning latex gloves with practiced precision. Camera flashes punctuated the stairwell as the forensic team captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot. The basement, a compact space akin to a standard bedroom, boasted concrete walls painted a drab gray. The solitary chair was anchored to the floor at the room's heart. Above it, the stark bulb cast angular shadows, pirouetting lazily in an unseen breeze. Yet it was the array of photographs that seized attention, 37 images meticulously aligned in sequence. "These date back almost 4 weeks," Connor's partner remarked, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the prints. "Look here, Mrs. Mercer dozing on the sofa, Mr. Mercer seated at the kitchen table, the children in their chambers." The absence of forced entry, shattered windows, or tampered locks confounded the investigation. The security system had remained dormant. Nothing had been pilfered. Only their privacy had been usurped, along with any semblance of security the family had harbored. Forensics unveiled numerous fingerprints throughout the basement, predominantly belonging to former proprietors of the abode. Records divulged the house had changed hands 6 times in the preceding decade, each family departing within a year, vending at decreasing prices. None had disclosed the existence of a basement. "We must interview every past owner," Connors ordained, flipping through her notepad. The case darkened as they traced the lineage in reverse. Property deeds exhibited discrepancies, blueprints modified between transactions, permits submitted then retracted, inspection reports redacted in parts. A breakthrough materialized during the interrogation of the contractor who had refurbished the house 7 years prior. His pallor drained upon citing photos of the basement. "That chamber is non-existent," he avowed, quivering. "I gutted that space to the foundation. No basement, no door, nothing beneath the living area except soil and concrete." Digital forensics extracted data from a concealed memory card nestled within the light fixture. Hundreds more images bedecked their evidence boards, not solely of the Mercers, but of antecedent families, offspring slumbering, parents quarreling, intimate interludes, mundane routines, all captured by an interloper who should not have been present. The case veered into deeper shadows upon the retrieval of audio files from a weatherproof casket buried in the basement's corner. Voice recordings from the master bedroom, kitchen, living room. The audio quality implied sophisticated microphones secreted throughout the residence, though none were discovered during the initial sweep. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors proclaimed, urgency taut in her voice. "Inspect air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets." The perpetrator has observed these families for years. Beyond the photograph wall, investigators stumbled upon a narrow passageway leading to a diminutive monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages teeming with meticulous observations of each family that had inhabited the dwelling, their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The script mirrored specimens of the house's original builder, a man christened Edward Kelvin. Documentation indicated he had expired during the abode's construction, a facet that grew suspect with the inquiry's advancement. No record of demise, no funeral arrangements. Edward Kelvin had simply vanished from public registers. The journal's final entries spiraled into incoherence. Phrases like "they never glance beneath" and "they never perceive me" recurred incessantly. The ultimate page bore a solitary phrase, The subsequent family arrives tomorrow. Analysis of fingerprints confirmed what detectives had begun to surmise: Edward Kelvin had never abandoned the house he erected. He had merely retreated into its enshrouded recesses, sculpting an intricate web of vantage points to observe the families who believed they dwelt solo. The pursuit spanned 3 days. They unearthed him ensconced within a crawlspace amid the second-floor chambers, his physique slender and sinewy, honed to navigate the narrow passages he had fabricated within the partitions. His gaze blinked against the shafts of light, unaccustomed to direct illumination. During interrogation, Kelvin narrated the families as if they were actors in his private theater. He delineated watching them with the detached objectivity of a scientist scrutinizing specimens. He had not interacted with them, not robbed them, not directly interfered with their lives, only observed, recorded, documented. They welcomed me, he imparted to investigators, his tone gentle and rational. They penned the agreements, they became mine. The psychiatric assessment concluded Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, perceiving himself as a custodian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were transient guests in what he construed as his eternal abode. The Mercer family forsook the property eternally. Like those preceding them, they deserted their possessions, absconding solely with essentials packed in valises. The house stood vacant as the judicial proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the breadth of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawlspaces, vantage points integrated into the edifice itself, all meticulously devised ere the initial brick was laid. The structure had been contrived from the outset as an observatory, its residents unwitting participants in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. When the jury pronounced their verdict, Kelvin betrayed no reaction. He had already retreated into the labyrinth of his intellect, where he could still move unseen through the passageways of the house that persisted solely in recollection. The property was ultimately razed, the earth beneath it excavated and restored. Yet for the families who had resided there, the trespass endured. They lingered not on what had been extracted from them, but on what they had never perceived was their watching, eavesdropping, recording their most intimate moments from within walls they had trusted to safeguard them. At times, in hushed solitudes, they found themselves glancing upwards at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were indeed unaccompanied now, pondering if they ever truly had been. Story 12, the aged box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a relic forgotten by time from the previous occupants of the house. Among the contents were faded Polaroids capturing moments of joy and togetherness, birthdays, family gatherings, snapshots of normalcy. Yet as she reached the final photo, a sense of unease crept over Rebecca. The image depicted her own living room, familiar furniture, the same curtains, but the family portrayed was not hers. And there, lurking in the shadows of the hallway, a figure watched silently. A shiver traced its way up Rebecca's spine as she scrutinized the photograph. Her fingers quivered, causing the edges of the Polaroid to tremble. The family in the picture, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick-rimmed glasses, and 2 children smiled blissfully at the camera, unaware of the looming presence behind them. Frozen in time, their happiness juxtaposed against the unseen danger so close by. Descending the creaking wooden steps, Rebecca carried the photo to the kitchen, where she placed it under the harsh glow of the fluorescent light. The resemblance between her home and the scene captured in the photo was uncanny: the archway, the crown molding, the bay window bathing the room in morning light. This was undeniably her house, yet these faces were strangers. Detective Morgan arrived, a seasoned investigator clad in a worn leather jacket, his eyes sharp and observant. With methodical precision, he examined the photograph, running a gloved finger along its edge before flipping it over to reveal a blank back. "What do you know about the previous owners, the Nelsons?" he inquired in a deep, rumbling voice. Rebecca confessed very little. The sale was handled by a realtor, and they had already relocated out of state. Morgan nodded knowingly, his features betraying no hint of his thoughts. "May I borrow this? Our team might be able to identify the family," he proposed. The investigation began quietly, unraveling the history of the house's former inhabitants. The Nelsons had acquired the property from the Crawfords, who in turn had succeeded the Mornos. Detective Morgan delved into property records, interviewed past neighbors, and pieced together a timeline of transient occupants. A breakthrough came unexpectedly when a former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo as the Sutherlands. "They vanished without a trace," he recounted. "Mail piled up, and no one knew where they had gone." Forensic analysis dated the photograph to 15 years prior, revealing subtle clues, a telltale pattern of dust particles, the unnaturally static poses of the subjects. It suggested the photo had been staged with a timer, raising questions about the enigmatic figure in the hallway. Enhanced imaging unveiled more about the shadowy presence, a tall, male figure in dark attire, his obscured face betraying an intense watchfulness. As the investigation progressed, a chilling pattern emerged. Families residing in the house for precisely 1 year before disappearing, leaving no trace. A delve into historical records uncovered the original architect's mysterious disappearance, succeeded by Samuel Whitfield, a slender man with haunting eyes. Despite reports of Whitfield's demise in a construction accident, his likeness bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in the Polaroid. The basement became the focal point, revealing anomalies beneath the concrete floor. Beneath the layers, a grim discovery awaited the preserved remains of all the missing families, including the Sutherlands, each entombed with their possessions and a camera like the one from the attic. As the investigation unfolded, a hidden crawlspace in the attic revealed a chilling secret: a cot, photography equipment, and a journal documenting the families in meticulous detail. The final entry, dated just days prior, hinted at a sinister plan. "The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline." Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel under police protection, haunted by a midnight call that ended in the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera. The house remained sealed, its mysteries shrouded in darkness, its former owner, Samuel Whitfield, a specter of the past. The search for truth continues. As whispers of Whitfield's fate persist, some believe him long deceased, while others speculate he roams under a new guise in a new house. And somewhere in a hidden chamber, new photographs develop, capturing fresh families, new abodes, and unseen watchers in the shadows. Those who dare to uncover the man in the photograph find themselves under a chilling gaze, watched by eyes unseen. Story 13. The cafe had been his sanctuary for years. Same spot, same brew, same hush. The barista recognized his face, yet his name remained a secret to all. Then one day he vanished. When the authorities searched his usual nook, they uncovered a forgotten wallet. Inside, a driver's license displayed a photo, but no name, no address, just an empty void where his identity should have resided. Upon reviewing the security footage, Detective Sarah Mercer found something inexplicable. The man, now dubbed John Doe in the investigation, entered, sat down, but never departed. Mercer leaned against the chilled metal table, replaying the surveillance footage. John appeared ordinary on screen, average height, unassuming features, clad in a navy coat with a weathered leather messenger bag. His unremarkable demeanor only deepened the mystery of his disappearance. "Show it again," she requested of the tech expert. The footage captured John's entrance during the morning rush, his customary black coffee in hand, heading for the secluded corner table shielded by foliage. He settled, extracted a notebook from his bag, and began to write. Occasionally, he sipped his coffee and gazed out the window. Then the pivotal moment arrived. He placed his wallet on the table, rose, and strolled towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never returned, never exited through any door. He simply vanished into thin air. "Review the restroom footage," Mercer urged. "Here's the thing," the specialist replied. "He never entered any restroom. We've scrutinized every angle. It's as if he evaporated." Back at the precinct, Mercer spread the wallet's contents across her desk. The driver's license photo matched the enigmatic man, but where personal details should have been, only blank spaces remained. Credit cards devoid of names, only strings of digits that led to non-existent accounts. Neat stacks of cash, a receipt from the cafe dated 3 days prior, and a solitary business card blank save for a faintly printed phone number in gray ink. Upon dialing, the line connected, but silence prevailed. Rustling paper faintly echoed before the call abruptly ended. The barista who had served John for years offered scant insight. He was quiet, courteous, left generous tips, might have had an accent, but his voice was so soft it was hard to discern. "Did he socialize with anyone here?" Mercer inquired. "Never, always alone, always engrossed in that notebook." The notebook lay untouched on the table beside the forsaken wallet, pages filled with what seemed to be coded text. Cryptographers toiled to decipher its contents. Among the pages were sketches, architectural designs of structures unknown to the area. Mercer dispatched officers with John Doe's photos to canvass the vicinity. No one recognized him. No missing persons reports matched his description. His fingerprints yielded no matches. It was as though he existed solely within the confines of that cafe. During her inquiry, Mercer noticed an anomaly in the security footage. Each morning John entered, the timestamp flickered briefly. The tech expert brushed it off as a glitch, but Mercer harbored doubts. Returning to the cafe, she occupied his table. From there, she could observe both the entrance and the restroom hallway. Suspended between them hung an ancient mirror, its frame intricately adorned with symbols akin to those in John's notebook. Upon the owner's arrival, Mercer inquired about the mirror. "That thing been here longer than me. Came with the building. Heavy as can be, requires 2 men to budge." "Has it ever been shifted for cleaning or redecoration?" Mercer probed. "Never in my time." "Why?" Mercer approached the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. The glass presented a subtle distortion, imparting a deeper appearance to her reflection. Expecting cool glass, she felt an unusual warmth upon touching its surface. The forensics team examined the mirror, revealing a concealed compartment behind it. Inside rested a trove of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license with the same photo but blank details. Alongside them lay a leather-bound journal replete with entries spanning decades, all inscribed in the same script as the notebook left behind. The final entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The portal is closing." Traces of John Doe's fingerprints peppered the hidden space. Carbon dating of the earliest wallet suggested it was nearly 50 years old, yet the photo bore the same unaltered face. The journal chronicled what appeared to be trials in temporal displacement and identity transference. Mentions of crossing back and convergence points dotted the pages. One passage seized Mercer's attention. The cafe acts as a nexus, a locus where realities merge. The mirror serves as the passage. When alignment occurs, transit becomes feasible. As the investigation unfolded, peculiar occurrences enveloped the cafe. Patrons reported witnessing their reflections move independently in the window glass. Some swore they saw John Doe seated at his usual table, though security footage contradicted their claims. A breakthrough emerged when an elderly woman contacted the station regarding the case. Margaret Keller, a retired physicist from classified projects, recognized John Doe. His name was Daniel Weston, she disclosed. A brilliant physicist who vanished while researching quantum mirror surfaces that could facilitate interreality travel. Keller produced documents indicating Weston's presumed demise in a lab mishap. His disappearance aligned with the earliest entry in the journal discovered behind the mirror. He posited our reality coexists with others, Keller elaborated. Certain locales serve as junctures between these realms, gateways for potential crossings. Armed with this revelation, Mercer revisited the cafe. The structure she unearthed occupied land once housing the research facility where Weston twalled. The cafe materialized atop the laboratory where he vanished. The investigation escalated when, during a solitary late-night review of the security footage, Mercer detected an oversight. In the mirror's reflection, John Doe Daniel Weston observed himself seated at the table. Two iterations of the same man coexisting. Racing to the cafe to scrutinize the mirror, she discovered it shattered on the floor. Amidst the shards lay a final missive scribed in familiar handwriting. The experiment is concluded. The portal is sealed. Do not pursue. The case of the Phantom Man lingers unsolved. The cafe shuttered post-inquiry. The edifice eventually razed. Weston's remains eluded discovery. His writings and journals vanished from evidence custody under enigmatic circumstances. Mercer resigned from the force shortly after. Locals occasionally glimpse her on the porch, frantically penning in a notebook akin to Weston's. Adorning her wall hangs a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface intermittently rippling in unseen moments. Story 14. The inn stood there, a relic of another time, a place where transient souls sought solace for only a brief moment. The key changed hands with a peculiar glance from the clerk, a silent warning lingering in the air. Just avoid the last door on the left, his hushed words barely audible. Intrigue tugged at her, urging her to unravel the mystery. That evening, navigating the shadowy corridor, she hesitated before the forbidden door. The icy touch of the handle sent a shiver down her spine. To the casual observer, it was just like any other door until she pressed her ear against it. A faint breath, a whisper of existence, escaped from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed yawned, weariness clouding her senses as she slipped under the caution tape that barred the entrance. The stench, metallic and acrid, assaulted her senses, a grim familiarity settling over her. Blood had seeped into the threadbare carpet, staining it a deep, ominous hue. The room was a paradox, pristine bathroom, undisturbed bed, and in between a scene of abject horror. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo. Her vacant gaze stared into the void above, frozen in a moment of disbelief or dread. Reed knelt by the victim, mindful not to disrupt the evidence markers scattered around her. The third one this year, the forensic expert stated matter-of-factly, his tone devoid of emotion as he meticulously documented the scene. Same modus operandi, Reed nodded solemnly. The victim was adorned in finery, a stark contrast to the dreary motel surroundings. A designer purse lay open on the nightstand, contents untouched. This was no robbery. A deeper motive lurked behind this heinous act. The hotel proprietor lingered anxiously at the threshold, his complexion drained of color. She checked in alone, paid in cash I never imagined. His voice faltered. The maid discovered her during routine cleaning. Reed scrutinized the room anew. No signs of forced entry, no struggle evident on the victim. She had either welcomed her assailant willingly or recognized them from before. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photos on the board, connecting the dots between three women, all bearing uncanny resemblances, all found in obscure motels. Speculation swirled in the media, whispers of a serial predator haunting the community. The autopsy report is in, Detective Hayes announced, dropping a file on Reed's desk. Death by manual strangulation, no trace of DNA under the victim's nails, no signs of sexual assault. Reed furrowed her brow. This was a crime of passion, not mere predation. Days blurred together as the investigation delved deeper. Surveillance footage from the hotel yielded no substantial leads. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, was a meticulous financial analyst with no known adversaries. Her acquaintances described her as cautious, precise, a woman unlikely to choose such a seedy establishment willingly. A breakthrough emerged during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She spoke of a man she was involved with, the sister divulged, hands trembling around her cup of coffee. A colleague from her workplace. She was cryptic about it, mentioned he was complicated, married, I suspect. Reed leaned in. Any mention of a name, she simply referred to him as C. That's all she disclosed. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues portrayed her as professional, reserved, unaware of any personal entanglements. Yet concealed within Werner's desk calendar, a business card surfaced. Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson exuded charm and composure during questioning, concerned, cooperative, maintaining a measured distance. His alibi seemed airtight, a dinner engagement with his spouse and another couple. However, a flicker of unease flickered in his gaze when Reed inquired about Werner outside the office. Did you have a relationship with Elaine Werner beyond work? Reed probed casually. A fleeting shadow crossed Emerson's countenance, imperceptible to the untrained eye. Strictly professional, he asserted. Later that week, partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag were matched to Emerson. When confronted, his facade crumbled. We were involved, he confessed, but I broke it off. She threatened to expose me to my wife. Sufficient reason to end a life, Reed challenged. Emerson's facade hardened. I never set foot in that motel. Yet records from the establishment told a different tale. A credit card transaction for the adjacent room paid using a corporate card linked to Emerson's company. Upon searching that chamber, a concealed camera was unearthed within the shared wall vent, the evidence mounted against him. Fibers from Emerson's distinctive suit matched those found on Werner's body. His DNA lingered on a water glass in her room. Examination of his home computer unveiled similar recordings involving the preceding victims. A pattern emerged. Emerson targeted women bearing a resemblance to his spouse in her youth. He lured them to designated motels, always selecting the room beside the last door on the left, equipped with surveillance apparatus. After capturing their encounters, he returned to erase the traces, the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's facade crumbled. They jeopardized everything, he murmured. My reputation, my marriage, my existence. The trial was swift but sensational. Families of the victims bore witness as justice unfurled within the clinical courtroom setting. Emerson exhibited no remorse, upholding the impassive demeanor that had served him well in the corporate realm. The judge decreed a lifetime sentence without the possibility of parole. As officers escorted him away, Reed locked eyes with him. Fleetingly, she glimpsed beyond his mask not humanity, but its void, a vacancy where compassion should have thrived. The media christened it the door on the left case. Psychologists delved into Emerson's psyche. True crime buffs dissected every facet. Yet for Reed, the case lingered unresolved. Sometimes, wandering down hotel corridors, she found herself numbering the doors, pondering the enigmas concealed within. In the evidence vault secluded from public scrutiny, 3 identical keys from the motel endure. tagged and archived a tangible reminder that certain thresholds, once crossed, can never be resealed. Story 15: The Enigmatic Manor. The new inhabitants brushed off the oddity of the crackling intercom system in their new Victorian manor as a mere quirk of the past. A relic from a bygone era, rewired but left dormant for years. It was just another feature of the house that added to its mysterious charm. Yet one fateful night, curiosity got the best of the husband. With a hesitant press of a button, a chilling whisper crackled through the speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The words hung heavy in the air, startling him to his core. His wife, positioned behind him, denied ever uttering such a phrase, her voice barely above a whisper. The grand manor stood nestled among ancient oak trees, its exterior weathered by time but its interior modernized and inviting. Daniel and Meredith Parker, the new owners, had been drawn to the property by its rich history and unique features, such as the vintage intercom system that connected every room. Little did they know the secrets that lay hidden within the walls. Detective Sarah Reeves, responding to a call about a possible break-in, arrived at the property under the veil of night. The gravel crunched beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle, adding to the eerie atmosphere that surrounded the manor. Daniel Parker, visibly shaken, welcomed her at the door, leading her through the cavernous foyer as he recounted the strange events that had unfolded. "It all began with the intercom," Daniel explained, his voice laced with unease. "First, it was just static, then whispers, and finally full sentences. My wife and I couldn't ignore it any longer." In the dimly lit living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, her hands tightly gripping a steaming mug that remained untouched. Without preamble, she divulged the discovery they had made behind a wall in the kitchen, hidden within the depths of the house's structure. As Daniel had begun expanding the kitchen pantry, they stumbled upon a secret compartment containing a small, deteriorating journal wrapped in plastic. Detective Reeves, gloved hands delicately handling the fragile pages, uncovered the haunting entries penned by Alina, the previous owner. The journal chronicled Alina's escalating fear of her husband Vincent, hinting at his malevolent intentions towards her. The investigation delved deeper, unraveling the twisted history of the Blackwood couple who had once owned the manor. Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina's disappearance, maintaining a facade of innocence while hiding a dark truth. The discovery of human remains buried beneath the garden shed confirmed the long-held suspicions of foul play. Vincent Blackwood, now aged and confined to a care facility, confessed to the murder of his wife. His chilling admission of silencing Alina's constant presence through the intercom sent a shiver down Detective Reeves' spine. Vincent's meticulous deception over the years, crafting a narrative of Alina's abandonment, was finally brought to light. The trial swiftly concluded with Vincent pleading guilty to the heinous crime. The judge, acknowledging the calculated nature of the murder and the decades of deceit, handed down a harsh sentence. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the manor's dark past, sold the house and bid farewell with a solemn memorial for Alina in the restored garden. As the manor changed hands once more, the intercom system was removed during renovations. Workers reported hearing faint static and whispers, dismissing them as mere background noise of the old house. Detective Reeves, revisiting the case file one last time, pondered on the enigmatic nature of the manor, now a silent witness to its own history. Driving past the property on her way home, Detective Reeves would slow down, the window cracked open, listening for echoes of the past carried on the breeze. The manor, with its whispered secrets and buried truths, stood as a testament to the enduring power of voices long silenced but never forgotten. Story 16: The Unsettling Discovery. Renovations always have a way of revealing hidden secrets. Among the dust and debris lie remnants of the past, old newspapers, forgotten trinkets, faded photographs. But for Sarah and Michael, a simple renovation project took a chilling turn when they unearthed a mysterious letter tucked beneath the floorboards of their Victorian-era home. The letter, yellowed with age and delicate to the touch, bore a cryptic message: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could make sense of it, a series of 3 sharp raps reverberated through the empty house, sending shivers down their spines. Seeking answers, Detective Alina Reed arrived at the scene with her partner. The couple recounted the strange occurrence as Reed carefully retrieved the note, already tainted by their touch. Despite thorough background checks revealing nothing amiss about Sarah and Michael, the house itself harbored a complex history filled with untold secrets. The property, once belonging to the reclusive Hargrove family, had sat vacant for years following the passing of its last resident, Margaret Hargrove. Intrigued by the enigmatic note, Reed delved deeper into the family's past, uncovering a tale of fear and betrayal. Through forensic analysis and interviews with former acquaintances, a disturbing picture emerged. Franklin Hargrove, a respected teacher turned recluse, had been haunted by a mysterious figure known as the Collector, a man associated with Franklin's gambling debts. Margaret, his devoted wife, had lived in constant dread of this shadowy presence. A breakthrough came when Reed spoke with Margaret's sister, who revealed the true extent of their terror. Franklin's refusal to settle his debts had dire consequences, leading to a violent confrontation that ended in tragedy. The Collector, Victor Mercer, met a grisly fate at the hands of Franklin, buried beneath the house as a grim reminder of past sins. As the investigation unfolded, Margaret's diaries provided further insight into the harrowing events that had unfolded within the walls of the house. Her entries spoke of phantom knocks in the night, a constant reminder of the dark secrets buried beneath the floorboards. With the truth finally unearthed, justice was served, albeit belatedly. The remains of Victor Mercer were laid to rest, bringing closure to a decades-old mystery. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's grim history, chose to part ways with the property, leaving it empty and untouched, a silent witness to the tragedies of the past. Local whispers still echo through the halls, tales of ghostly knocks that pierce the silence of the night. Whether it be the creaking of old wood or a lingering presence from beyond, the house remains a haunting reminder of the darkness that once dwelled within its walls. As Detective Reed closed the case, she reflected on the unsolved mysteries that lingered, the unanswered questions that would forever haunt those who dared to uncover the truth. Some secrets, she mused, are meant to remain buried, their whispers echoing through the corridors of time, a chilling reminder to never trust the one who knocks. Story 17. In the realm of the unknown, where whispers linger and shadows dance, a peculiar tale unfolds, a tale of a haunting phone call that defied logic and sent shivers down the spine of Detective Morgan Reed. It began with a mere pocket dial, a ghostly transmission of static and muffled sounds that beckoned her into a world of mystery and dread. At first, the operator dismissed it as a glitch in the system, until a voice pierced through the chaos. A woman, her words tinged with urgency and fear, uttered, "He's here." And then an eerie silence descended, swallowing the remnants of her cryptic message. The number traced back to an empty husk of a house, its walls echoing with the whispers of the past. Abandoned for years, it stood as a silent witness to the enigma unfolding within its dusty confines. No signs of intrusion, no disturbances to betray the presence of an intruder. Yet in the heart of the desolate kitchen, a phone lay dormant on the counter, its screen aglow with an otherworldly light. The call had been placed mere minutes before, a phantom reaching out from the abyss. Detective Reed, haunted by the spectral voice that lingered in her mind, replayed the recording time and time again, each whisper a spectral touch upon her soul. The abandoned property bore the mark of the Sullivan family, who had fled in the wake of a tragic fire that devoured a part of their home. The house stood as a monument to their sorrows, a silent sentinel watching over the secrets buried within its walls. As Detective Reed delved deeper into the mystery, she uncovered a chilling truth. The number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the former residents. A woman long gone, her voice resurfacing from beyond the grave in a siren call of distress. The evidence painted a bewildering picture: a dead woman's phone, a call made from an empty house, a timeline that defied reason. The forensic team scoured the scene for clues, only to be met with a void of answers. No fingerprints, no footprints, no tangible evidence to grasp in the ethereal mist that enveloped the case. The heart of the investigation lay in those fleeting moments of static and breath, the voice of Catherine Sullivan echoing through the veil of time. Her words, desperate and pleading, resonated with a truth that transcended the boundaries of the living world. As Detective Reed and her partner, Detective Walsh, delved into Catherine's past, they unearthed a journal, a testament to a life tainted by fear and manipulation. The journal spoke of a love twisted into obsession, of a woman ensnared in a web of deceit and danger. The truth unfurled like a sinister tapestry, weaving a tale of betrayal and malice. Mark Jennings, Catherine's former lover, emerged as a shadow cast upon her tragic fate. His alibi crumbled under the weight of evidence, his facade of innocence shattered by the revelations unearthed from the depths of the past. With each revelation, the darkness surrounding Catherine's death deepened, revealing a web of lies and deceit spun by a man consumed by his own demons. The buried phone, the deleted texts, the chilling truth of a life cut short by treachery, all pointed to a sinister reality lurking beneath the surface. In a final chilling confrontation, Mark Jennings confessed to his crimes, his twisted motives laid bare before the eyes of justice. A man driven by madness and obsession, he sought to silence the voice of his victim, only to find it echoing through the corridors of his own guilt. As the echoes of the past faded into the night, Detective Reed stood amidst the remnants of a shattered illusion, a ghostly tale brought to light by the relentless pursuit of truth. The phone from the abandoned house now lay silent, its phantom calls a distant memory of a soul crying out for justice. And so, the story of Catherine Sullivan lives on a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the enduring legacy of a voice that refused to be silenced by the shadows of the night. In the stillness of the night, as the world drifts into dreams, her whisper lingers on the edge of consciousness, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, the truth will always find a way to shine through. Story 18, they unearthed it in the attic, nestled beneath a worn-out blanket, a porcelain doll, fragile and aged, with piercing blue eyes that seemed to hold secrets of their own. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, stumbled upon it, puzzled by its presence. They dismissed it as just another forgotten relic, a relic of a bygone era. However, that night, a subtle unease crept into their bedroom. The air hung heavy, the stillness lingered. And come morning, the doll had vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel. The couple had acquired the Victorian house through an auction, captivated by its intricate craftsmanship and enigmatic allure, oblivious to the whispers of its troubled past. They were drawn to the whispers of history that echoed within its walls, unaware that they would soon be entwined in its enigmatic narrative. Detective Rachel Winters received a call on a crisp autumn day, leading her to a haunting crime scene. The lifeless form of a woman lay in the master bedroom, her limbs contorted in an unnatural pose, eyes wide with terror. Nearby, the male victim seemed frozen in a desperate attempt to flee. The meticulous placement of the bodies intrigued Detective Winters, who observed the eerie resemblance to posed dolls in her hushed observations. The investigation commenced with interviews of neighbors, each account adding a layer of disquiet to the unfolding mystery. Traces of vintage fabrics were discovered throughout the house, akin to materials used in antique doll clothing, concentrated around the victims and the attic space. The absence of any external DNA or fingerprints perplexed the forensic team, hinting at an elusive perpetrator. Delving into the property's past, Detective Winters unearthed a trail of enigmatic deaths spanning decades, all connected by inexplicable occurrences within the house. A newspaper clipping revealed a tragic tale of a doll maker and his daughter, shrouded in suspicion and tragedy. The revelation of a hidden compartment containing old photographs hinted at a chilling connection between the past and the present. As the investigation delved deeper, a distant relative of the doll maker unveiled dark family secrets involving arcane rituals and the binding of spirits to objects. The notion that the dolls held more than mere physical form lingered, casting a shadow of dread over the case. The disappearance of the doll from police custody, coupled with inexplicable events within the station, further clouded the investigation. Ultimately, the house changed hands once more, its haunting legacy dissuading many prospective buyers. The new occupants found the attic devoid of the eerie doll, yet whispers of its presence persisted among the locals. Detective Winters, haunted by the unsolved case, retired prematurely, safeguarding a cryptic photograph that held the key to the enigma. The new owners opted to leave the attic undisturbed, yet tales of faint laughter and fleeting shadows continued to drift through the neighborhood on quiet evenings, a reminder of the mysterious doll's elusive legacy. Story 19. The mysterious package appeared without warning, shrouded in secrecy and intrigue. No return label, no tracking number, just a nondescript cardboard box tinged with a faint touch of morning dew. Sarah Miller, the unsuspecting recipient, hesitated as she observed the misprinted name on the package, Daniel Whitaker. Her address was correct, but the name was not hers. A whisper of caution urged her to leave the package untouched on her porch, but curiosity, that insatiable trait of human nature, won over. With a gentle tug, she peeled back the tape sealing the box, expecting mundane contents like books or clothes. To her astonishment, nestled within the cardboard confines was a solitary VHS tape, accompanied by a lone sticky note bearing a cryptic message, "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic tape in her hands, sensing an inexplicable weightiness to it, as if it harbored secrets of forbidden knowledge. Her fingers traced the worn edges of the tape, feeling the subtle imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the imprint of urgency, each stroke of the pen imbued with a sense of importance. As Sarah stood in her kitchen, the ordinary sounds of suburban life enveloped her: a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children playing, the rhythmic hum of a lawnmower in motion. Unbeknownst to the world outside, a silent enigma had just crossed her threshold. With a mixture of trepidation and fascination, Sarah brought the enigmatic package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter. Doubt crept into her mind like a shadow, casting uncertainty over the strange turn of events. The name Daniel Whitaker remained a mystery to Sarah. In all her years at that house, she had never encountered mail addressed to him. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had long departed, leaving behind a void that now echoed with intrigue. Despite the unease gnawing at her, Sarah's gaze drifted to the VCR, a relic of nostalgia gathering dust in the corner. There was something about the tape that beckoned to her, a mystery veiled in worn black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into the VCR. Static crackled on the screen initially, gradually sharpening into focus to reveal a dimly lit room illuminated by a solitary lamp. The camera angle was askew, lending an air of urgency to the scene. A man sat in a chair, his features initially obscured by shadows. As he spoke, his voice resonated with quiet resolve. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," he began, his words laden with a weighty confession. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." With each revelation, the pieces of a twisted puzzle began to fall into place. Daniel's narrative unfolded, painting a picture of innocence tainted by circumstance. He professed his innocence in the face of damning evidence, recounting a tale of conspiracy and deception that had ensnared him in its web. The truth he sought to unveil was a dangerous commodity, one that had cost him his freedom and reputation. Meanwhile, Detective Eliza Ramirez delved into the enigmatic case, her keen-eyed discerning patterns of deceit woven into the fabric of the investigation. The emergence of multiple tapes bearing Daniel Whitaker's desperate play only served to deepen the mystery, casting shadows of doubt over the seemingly straightforward murder case. As Ramirez uncovered the layers of deception surrounding Catherine Walsh's untimely demise, a chilling truth began to surface. Walsh, a whistleblower entangled in a web of corporate deceit, had unearthed damning evidence implicating a powerful pharmaceutical company. Her quest for justice had led to her tragic end, with Whitaker caught in the crossfire of a sinister plot. Sarah Miller's role in the unfolding drama took an unexpected turn when a second package arrived, bearing incriminating documents that laid bare the truth behind Walsh's murder. Piece by piece, the puzzle unraveled, revealing a web of lies and corruption that extended far beyond what anyone had imagined. In a climactic moment of revelation, Sarah's keen observation led to the discovery of a crucial clue, a reflection in a window that unveiled the location of hidden evidence. With Detective Ramirez by her side, they unearthed the damning proof that exposed the true culprits behind the conspiracy. Justice, elusive yet unwavering, finally prevailed as the perpetrators were brought to account for their crimes. The tide turned in favor of truth as the veil of deception was lifted, revealing the malevolent forces at play. Daniel Whitaker, once a fugitive marked by false accusations, emerged from the shadows, his innocence vindicated at last. In a quiet moment of reflection, Sarah and Daniel stood face to face, their paths converging in a twist of fate. The weight of their shared experience hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the fragile line between truth and illusion. As they parted ways, a silent understanding passed between them, a bond forged in the crucible of adversity. The VHS tapes, relics of a dark chapter in their lives, stood as testaments to the power of perseverance and the enduring quest for justice. In the stillness of the night, as the world slumbered in peaceful oblivion, the echoes of their shared ordeal whispered a tale of resilience and redemption. And so, as the night embraced the world in its comforting embrace, the story of Sarah Miller and Daniel Whitaker faded into the realm of memory, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, the light of truth will always prevail. Story 20. The dwelling had remained unoccupied for a span of years. Whispers from the neighbors hinted that the place had been deserted ever since the mysterious disappearance of a young woman. However, when the new inhabitants settled in, they stumbled upon a peculiar sight. The bedroom was tightly sealed from within. With some effort, they managed to pry open the door, revealing a room enveloped in stagnant air, burdened with layers of dust. Yet an unsettling aura lingered. The bed was neatly made, the mirror devoid of any blemish. On the desk, a lone candle had melted entirely, its wax frozen in time like crystallized tears. And there they beheld it, the notebook, pages adorned with fresh ink. The final entry bore the date of the very night she vanished. Detective Morgan delved into the contents of the notebook, while forensic experts meticulously combed the room for any latent traces. The handwriting belonged to Elise Winters, a woman of 26 who had been reported missing by her kin almost half a decade ago. Her script danced gracefully across the pages, each stroke deliberate and precise until the last entry, where the pen had etched deeper, leaving imprints on the subsequent blank sheets. "I am aware he is watching me this night," the conclusive entry revealed. "The same vehicle has circled thrice. I've sought aid, yet no one lends belief. If fate befalls me, know it is not by chance." The detective closed the notebook, securing it within an evidence pouch. A faint scent of dust mingled with an elusive chemical fragrance lingered in the room. The landlord lingered by the threshold, arms folded, countenance pallid. "We meticulously inspected every corner air listing it for lease," he murmured. "That door was not locked." Elise had been employed as a paralegal at Harriman and Associates, a prestigious legal institution entangled in numerous high-stakes corporate affairs. Colleagues depicted her as meticulous, devoted, but gradually withdrawing in the days ere her vanishing. She commenced staying late, her superior divulged to the investigators during a recorded interrogation. Mentioned uncovering discrepancies within the Westridge acquisition documents. Figures altered, records retroactively dated. The detective scrutinized portraits of Elise auburn locks, solemn gaze behind rectangular spectacles, perpetually attired professionally. The woman captured in the images appeared too methodical to evaporate without a trace, too organized to vanish into the ether. The bedroom divulged scant clues, no indicators of a scuffle, no traces of blood. Merely a frozen moment in time, as though Elise had momentarily stepped away, intending to return. The candle upon the desk bore black wax devoid of scent. Beneath it, the wooden surface bore scars from the searing heat. "What have you unearthed?" Morgan inquired of the lead forensic analyst. Multiple sets of fingerprints, most degraded with time, yet the intriguing aspect lies in what is absent. The doorknob wiped pristine both within and without, likewise the window fasteners. The investigators dismantled the baseboards, probed behind outlets, and scoured for concealed compartments. Upon lifting a loose floorboard near the closet, they unearthed it, a diminutive waterproof container housing a flash drive and a key. The key found purchase in a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Enclosed within was a second flash drive and an array of documents. The papers chronicled financial transactions linking Westridge Pharmaceuticals to clandestine accounts associated with several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital scrutiny unveiled the contents of both drives, audio recordings, and spreadsheets chronicling manipulated data from drug trials concerning Westridge's flagship concoction, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise's voice and that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, the senior partner. "These figures must not reach the public domain," Harriman voiced in one recording. The aftereffects manifested in nearly 40% of the subjects, not the 4% we disclosed. "If this leaks, the firm faces ruin and Westridge's shares plummet. Lives are at stake," Elise retorted. "The seizures are manifesting precisely as predicted in the original data." "This dialogue never occurred," Harriman interjected. "Recall, our discussions are bound by these walls. Confidentiality is paramount for all parties safeguarding." Detective Morgan liaised with pharmaceutical overseers. corroborating that Neurapax had been silently withdrawn from circulation subsequent to a cluster of fatalities, aligning with the documented side effects in Elise's covert files. Subpoenas were issued for Harriman's private and corporate archives, initially yielding not directly tying him to Elise's disappearance, until charges for an industrial cleaning service at his secondary residence surfaced the day following her vanishing. Upon scouring the premises, police unearthed minuscule traces of blood aligning with Elise's genetic profile despite the meticulous scrubbing. The substantiation bore circumstantial weight, yet proved damning. The enigma of the sealed chamber persisted until Morgan reviewed surveillance footage from adjoining properties. A figure akin to Harriman's silhouette approached the domicile during a downpour on the night of Elise's disappearance. The footage illustrated his ingress but no egress through any discernible exit. Returning to the bedroom alongside a structural engineer, the detective uncovered a concealed passage at the rear of the closet, linking to maintenance tunnels spanning several blocks beneath the neighborhood's antiquated residences. The passage had been concealed with fresh drywall, painted to blend seamlessly with the original wall. Vincent Harriman was apprehended mid-board meeting. Confronted with the evidence, he clung to his innocence, asserting that Elise had plotted to abscond with the documents. She was unhinged, paranoid, he professed to the investigators. Fabricated evidence to undermine the firm post her promotion snub. The jury dissented. Footage salvaged from Elise's covert camera, nestled discreetly within a bookend on her shelf, depicted Harriman entering her abode that fateful night. The recording abruptly ceased as he approached her work desk where she sat engrossed in writing. Prosecutors postulated that post-Elise's demise, Harriman had barricaded the door from within, utilizing a rudimentary ploy with string and a hook, fleeing through the clandestine passageway. Years later, he revisited it for the recent occupant's arrival, ensuring no vestiges remained to indict him. Inadvertently, he preserved the tableau precisely as investigators necessitated to unveil it. Harriman was convicted of premeditated murder despite the absence of Elise's remains. The pharmaceutical magnates implicated in the deceit faced individual charges. The kin of patients succumbing to Neurapax's aftermath initiated a collective lawsuit that laid bare systemic corruption. During the sentencing hearing, Elise's mother addressed the tribunal. "My daughter's quarters endured untouched, harboring the verity for which she forfeited her life to unearth. She never truly vacated that room." Her quest for rectitude lay sequestered within, awaiting discovery. The recent inhabitants opted against taking up residence. The abode now stands desolate once more, its mysteries unveiled yet not forsaken. Locals veered clear of its vicinity post-nightfall. Some professed glimpsing a glimmer in the upper window of the chamber where a young woman staged her conclusive stand against influential figures who presumed their malefaction would forever remain concealed. Justice sought out Elise Winters, not in life, yet in the legacy she bequeathed. The room she never wholly abandoned transpired to be both her sepulcher and her testament. Story 21. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Everything seemed ordinary, yet a sense of unease crept over her. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement not her own. When she turned, her reflection remained motionless, observing. This peculiar incident marked the beginning of the enigma surrounding Rebecca Thorne. What unfolded would baffle investigators and haunt a community for years to come. Residing in a modest apartment in a tranquil suburban area, Rebecca led a solitary life. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, she kept to herself while maintaining amiable relations with her neighbors. As a data analyst at a mid-sized company, her days were structured by routine and precision. No one could have predicted she would become the focal point of one of the most perplexing criminal investigations in recent memory. The initial peculiarities were subtle. Objects in Rebecca's home seemed subtly rearranged, small shifts, nothing missing, just out of place. A coffee mug on a different shelf, books shuffled around, her toothbrush in an unfamiliar spot. She attributed these anomalies to fatigue from long hours spent analyzing data under harsh fluorescent lights, straining her eyes on spreadsheets until they blurred. Detective Marion Shaw's attention was piqued when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disturbances, finally reached out to the authorities. At first glance, there seemed to be no criminal activity, perhaps a case for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw noted the complaint but relegated it to the pile of non-urgent matters. There was nothing concrete, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman plagued by a feeling of unease in her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the bathroom mirror incident. During her second interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted in vivid detail how her reflection appeared to move independently, how a sense of being watched lingered even in solitude. This time, she had proof a security camera she had installed, aimed at her front door. The footage revealed a chilling truth that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, followed by an exact replica of herself entering the apartment 20 minutes later. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for signs of tampering or manipulation, but found none. The doppelganger moved and dressed like Rebecca, even carrying her distinctive leather bag. Yet, according to time-stamped records from her workplace, Rebecca had already swiped into her office building miles away. "We're dealing with a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can mimic her with eerie precision." The investigation escalated. Fingerprints found in the apartment matched only Rebecca's, and no foreign DNA was detected. Neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca going about her daily routine. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter where Rebecca failed to acknowledge her greeting upon returning home, a deviation from her usual behavior, but not a cause for concern. Rebecca began documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor changes within her home escalated. Food vanished from her fridge. Her computer displayed searches she hadn't made. And unsettlingly, she discovered selfies on her phone that she had no recollection of taking. Some photos captured a subtle wrongness in her expression, a too wide smile or overly intense eyes. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," she confessed to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this to make me believe so." The breakthrough arrived when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only made appearances when Rebecca left for specific commitments: therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery trips, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "Someone is intimately familiar with your routine," Shaw explained. "This isn't happenstance, it's a targeted surveillance and infiltration operation." A forensic psychologist hypothesized they were dealing with a fixation case, a person fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, living her life, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Such occurrences were rare but documented in psychological studies. The focus narrowed when Rebecca mentioned a former co-worker, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their similarities. Following her dismissal, Lily sent Rebecca unsettling emails, one of which read, "We could be the same person. Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." With a warrant in hand, Detective Shaw and her team searched Lily's residence. What they uncovered shifted the case from disconcerting to chilling. A room in Lily's apartment had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were adorned with numerous photos of Rebecca entering her home, shopping, socializing, all taken without her knowledge. A closet held exact replicas of Rebecca's wardrobe, and a vanity displayed makeup identical to Rebecca's preferences, alongside detailed notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most alarming were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's walk, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was evident. Initial attempts were clumsy and obvious, progressing to near indistinguishable imitations of the real Rebecca. "She aimed to be me," murmured Rebecca upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't just mimicking me, she was erasing me." Forensic specialists unearthed sophisticated tools for replicating keys and cloning electronic access cards in Lily's possession. She had orchestrated an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a meticulously detailed calendar predicting her schedule. The ultimate intent behind Lily's actions remained elusive. Journals discovered in her dwelling contained rambling entries that alternated between first and third person, at times referring to Rebecca as both me and her within the same paragraph. The final entry sent chills down the investigators' spines. "Soon, only one of us will remain. The stronger version shall prevail." When authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Her abrupt departure was evident in her abandoned apartment drawers left ajar, certain equipment missing. A nationwide alert was issued, and Rebecca was placed under protective custody, relocated to a secure, undisclosed location under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, authorities meticulously monitored every site associated with Rebecca's former life. Lily never materialized. The case took a disquieting turn when a security guard at Rebecca's previous workplace reported an anomaly. Despite being on leave and safeguarded in a fortified safe house, Rebecca was purportedly seen entering the building. Surveillance footage confirmed the unsettling truth. A figure identical to Rebecca had utilized a valid ID card to access the premises, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before departing. It became evident that Lily hadn't fled, she had seized her opportunity. Assuming Rebecca's identity, she had integrated herself into her life while the real Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains open to this day. Lily Winters remains at large, and Rebecca Thorne chose not to reclaim her former existence, opting instead to forge a new identity in an undisclosed locale. Detective Shaw keeps a photograph on her desk, a striking resemblance between two women, one being Rebecca Thorne and the other Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their features, searching for disparities, the subtle nuances that would distinguish one from the other. The most chilling aspect, Shaw imparts to new recruits, is not merely resembling or sounding like someone else. It's the desire to assume their identity so fervently that they obliterate themselves in the process. Our identity is not just what we present to the world, it's what we safeguard most vigilantly. And sometimes we only grasp its worth when faced with the threat of theft. Story 22, The Hidden Room. The worn wooden plank gave way under her weight, a subtle movement that caught her attention. Bending down, she traced her fingers along the edges, sensing a hidden void beneath. The floor, once thought solid, now whispered of secrets waiting to be revealed. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, peeling back the veil to expose a dark, narrow space nestled beneath her new abode. Dust and cobwebs greeted her at first, but as her eyes adjusted to the dimness, shapes began to emerge. A mattress, a chair, and in the shadows, a weathered notebook, its pages filled with a single name, her own, scribbled over and over. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, her presence a steady anchor in the murky unknown. Sarah's gaze pierced the darkness below, a mix of fear and disbelief clouding her features. It wasn't just a hidden room she had uncovered, it was a violation of her sanctuary, a breach of the peace she had sought in this quaint cottage. "Leave everything untouched," Detective Reed's voice cut through the silence, a soothing command in the midst of chaos. Her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing walls plastered with photographs, evidence of an unnerving obsession that had festered beneath Sarah's very feet. The cottage had come into Sarah's possession through the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had passed away with no kin to claim his legacy. The property had sat vacant for months, its listing boasting of charm and potential for minor renovations. No mention of the hidden chamber lurking beneath. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah's voice trembled. The neighbors spoke of his solitude. The inspection report claimed the basement access had been sealed off ages ago. How could this have been missed? Crime scene investigators bustled in, their tools clattering against the wooden floors as they commenced their meticulous work. Every inch was documented, every artifact catalogued. The mattress, the chair, the notebook, all retrieved from their clandestine lair. Forensic analysis uncovered a chilling truth: Walter Green's fingerprints, a ghostly echo of his obsession, scattered throughout the hidden room. But most disturbing was the timeline that emerged, painting a portrait of a man fixated on Sarah for years, his presence a shadow in her everyday life. The path from fantasy to reality is treacherous, the department psychologist mused, a somber undertone in her analysis. The hidden room suggests a sinister intent, a plan waiting to unfold. Reed's investigation took a twisted turn when a former co-worker of Walter's divulged unsettling details. The man's words hinted at a deeper obsession, a belief that Sarah belonged to him in some twisted fantasy. A key to a storage unit, a replica of Sarah's former life, meticulously recreated every piece of evidence, a breadcrumb leading to a dark truth. Walter's past, scarred by a history of delusions and fixation, had resurfaced in his twilight years, triggered by an unwitting catalyst in Sarah. The investigation painted a portrait of a man driven by a belief in a shared destiny, a love that existed only in his fractured mind. As Sarah stood in the empty cottage, her eyes haunted by what lay beneath, she made a choice to sever ties with the past, to seek solace in a future far from the specter of Walter Green. The house was sold, the hidden room sealed off, its secrets buried once more. Life carried on, a facade of normalcy masking the horrors that had briefly tainted its surface. But for those privy to the tale of the hidden room, it stood as a stark reminder of the unseen dangers that lurk in the shadows, of the monsters who stalk in silence, and the victims who narrowly escape their clutches. And as night fell over the sleepy town, the cottage stood silent, its secrets buried deep, a testament to the fragile line between safety and peril, between the known and the unknown. Story 23. She never fancied venturing up there, but when the storm led to a leak in the roof, she had no choice. The attic loomed with forgotten treasures blanketed in a shroud of dust and cobwebs. Nestled in the darkest corner resided an ancient dollhouse, intricately detailed, its miniature furniture arranged with meticulous care. Yet as she gazed into its tiny rooms, a shiver ran down her spine. The figures within were not mere dolls. They were delicate, hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each figure positioned precisely as they sat downstairs, with one glaring exception. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic door, Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse roof, feeling the groove where the small wooden figure stood. The revelation sent a chill through her veins, unrelated to the draft whispering through the rafters. The dollhouse had no place here. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a rental dwelling the family had only recently occupied. The unsettling tale commenced with Rebecca's frantic call to the authorities. Police arrived at the suburban home to find a distressed family gathered in the living room, refusing to venture back upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their distress as an elaborate hoax or perhaps a product of their vivid imaginations adjusting to a new residence. The precision was what struck me, Detective Harmon would later recount. Each tiny figurine captured a unique trait of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The course of the investigation veered when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that didn't match any family members. Even more alarming were the microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Scrutinizing the Morgan family's movements over preceding days unveiled a disturbing pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse mirrored not just that particular evening, but exact postures from various days, implying someone had been observing them long enough to learn their routines. We realized this wasn't merely a case of stalking, elucidated Detective Harmon. The perpetrator exhibited an obsession rarely seen in criminal psychology. A concealed entrance to the basement was unearthed, tucked behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living quarters, indicating someone had been residing there before the Morgans arrived. Remnants of food, water containers, and a sleeping bag hinted that the intruder had been dwelling beneath the family for weeks. What confounded investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records divulged that the house had lain vacant for almost a year before the Morgans' tenure. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within a short span. Their son had overseen the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Conversations with neighbors yielded sparse details. Most hadn't noticed anything amiss, save for one elderly lady who occasionally glimpsed lights in the house during its vacancy. I assumed it was the real estate folks showing the property, she recounted to investigators. It never occurred to me that someone might be squatting there. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Examining the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras, analysts traced the data to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a modest apartment across town. Inside, they found walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and former residents of the house. Journal entries meticulously chronicled the daily routines of each family member. The most chilling revelation was a workshop teeming with partially completed dollhouses, each representing different homes in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. Financial records indicated mounting debts following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house outright, he had fashioned a concealed living space, persisting in residing there while collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his command center, expounded the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figure symbolized someone he monitored. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance network. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he elucidated his motives. They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' chamber. I needed to ensure they treated it with reverence. When queried about the positioned figures, he simply remarked, I wanted them to be aware that I was always watching. Psychological evaluations unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Unable to cope with the loss of his childhood home, Wells constructed an intricate system to maintain authority over it. The dollhouse metamorphosed into his means of asserting dominion over both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later reflected on the most haunting moment, which wasn't discovering the dollhouse, but unraveling its significance. Someone had been observing us all this time, measuring our existence, transforming us into puppets. The true terror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was comprehending that in his mind, we were mere playthings to be manipulated and observed. Wells faced multiple charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. The case instigated a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws concerning deaths on properties and the obligation of agents to ensure residences are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge highlighted the egregious violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't just intrude upon their home, you invaded their sense of security and independence. You witnessed their most intimate moments and replicated them for your amusement. What makes this case particularly chilling to criminologists is how long Wells might have continued undetected had Rebecca not stumbled upon the dollhouse. Forensic scrutiny of his journals hinted that he had surreptitiously lived within homes for nearly 2 years, transitioning from one property to another, crafting dollhouses representing each observed family. The Morgan family eventually relocated to a distant abode, yet in her victim impact statements, Rebecca confessed that she still inspects closets and hidden spaces routinely. She rid their new dwelling of all dollhouses and miniatures. Some days I still feel as though I'm being watched, she disclosed. I ponder if someone somewhere is still maneuvering a tiny version of me within a dollhouse I haven't uncovered yet. Story 24. The gentle current whispered secrets as it carried the morning mist downstream, the water shimmering like a mirror under the soft light of dawn. The lone fisherman, his boat rocking lazily in the stillness, cast his line with practiced ease, the only disturbance in the serene landscape. But nature's tranquility held a hidden tale that morning, a tale that would disturb the peace of the river. A glint caught the fisherman's eye, a flash of something out of place amidst the calm waters. A suitcase floating near the shore, bobbing gently as if beckoning to be discovered. At first it seemed like a forgotten relic, discarded by careless hands, but as the fisherman drew closer, a foul odor crept into his senses, thick and suffocating, impossible to ignore. The suitcase, wrapped in chains with rusted edges, held a secret that the river had kept hidden. Authorities arrived, their footsteps muffled by the damp earth, and the case was pried open with a sense of foreboding. Within its confines, not old clothes awaited, but a macabre scene, a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a ghostly grasp, and at the bottom, a chilling note that whispered of darkness, this isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer stood at the water's edge, a sentinel in the face of tragedy, her eyes scanning the somber tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her prime, her features now distorted by the watery embrace, lay still as the medical examiner meticulously documented each detail. But it was not the method of disposal that haunted Mercer, it was the care, the precision with which the victim had been prepared, almost reverently displayed. Catherine Walsh, a name now etched in the annals of the river's secrets, was a woman of means, a real estate agent known for her prowess in selling the most luxurious properties. Divorced, childless, she inhabited a world of solitude in an affluent neighborhood, her life a tapestry of ambition and discretion. Her sudden disappearance, reported by a worried assistant, shattered the facade of perfection she had meticulously crafted. In the hallowed silence of Walsh's pristine home, investigators found a world of order, every detail meticulously arranged, every surface gleaming with sterile perfection. Yet in her office, a crack in the facade revealed a leather-bound journal, its pages a testament to a hidden fear, a lurking shadow. "He's watching again," the last entry whispered, a tremor of dread in the ink-stained words. The digital trail left by Walsh led Mercer down a twisted path of obsession, anonymous messages, ominous and repetitive, a sinister echo of unseen eyes. The pieces of the puzzle began to coalesce, the meticulous arrangements, the unnerving surveillance, the facade of perfection that masked a deeper, darker truth. A pawnshop owner's recognition of a stolen emerald necklace unraveled the mystery, leading to a man of shadows and secrets, Michael Linden, a man of unassuming demeanor, a maintenance worker with a penchant for unseen horrors. His apartment, a gallery of the macabre, painted a portrait of obsession and madness, each photograph a silent accusation against his victims. In the starkness of the interrogation room, Linden's facade crumbled, revealing a mind twisted by its own delusions. His victims, he confessed, were flawed in his eyes, their perfection a lie that he sought to rectify in a ritual of twisted devotion. The chilling truth emerged: the meticulous killer, the silent stalker, the embodiment of darkness in plain sight. As the trial unfolded, the families of the victims bore witness to a justice that could never heal their wounds, a sentence that could never bring back what was lost. Detective Mercer, her task completed, was left with unanswered questions, shadows that lingered in the corners of her mind. The river, ever flowing, carried away the remnants of a tragedy, its waters cleansing the sins of the past. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk lay the haunting reminders of a darkness that lurked beneath the veneer of perfection, a reminder that in the stillness of ordinary lives, monsters sometimes dwell, waiting for a single flaw to expose the truth. Story 25. In the quiet stillness of the night, a new chapter unfolded within the walls of a Victorian-era home, nestled in the embrace of shadows and secrets. Michael and Sarah Klein, drawn by the allure of a house steeped in history, never imagined the darkness that lay hidden beneath its charming facade. It began innocently enough, with a simple water stain marring the elegance of the master bedroom, a yellowish hue spreading like a whispered secret across the floral wallpaper, beckoning them to uncover what lay beneath. As they peeled back the layers, a haunting revelation emerged. Layer upon layer, the walls whispered a name: Alina Winters, written in ink that seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the name repeated in a frantic dance of letters, each stroke a plea for remembrance. Who was Alina Winters, and why did her name echo through the walls like a ghostly lament? In a world where time and truth intertwined in a delicate dance, Michael and Sarah embarked on a journey of discovery. Their search led them down a winding path of mystery and intrigue, unveiling a tale as old as the house itself. The woman who had sold them the house, with her silver-streaked dark hair and enigmatic smile, held secrets that even she may not have fully understood. Margaret Cavendish, a name that concealed more than it revealed, a name that bore the weight of a past long forgotten. As the days turned into nights, the mystery deepened, drawing them further into its enigmatic embrace. A missing persons case from decades past breathed life once more, intertwining the fates of Alina Winters and Margaret Cavendish in a web of deceit and longing. The walls, once silent sentinels of time, became a canvas for a story untold. Each stroke of the pen, each letter etched in desperation, spoke of a tragedy that had long been buried beneath layers of deceit. With each revelation, the truth unfurled like a dark flower blooming in the shadows. Eleanor Winters, a name lost to the sands of time, found her voice once more through the ink-stained walls of the Victorian home. As they delved deeper into the past, the line between reality and illusion blurred, revealing a twisted tale of obsession and fractured identities. Eleanor and Margaret, two souls intertwined in a dance of darkness, each holding a piece of the truth that had eluded them for so long. And as the final pieces of the puzzle fell into place, the house itself seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, releasing the secrets that had long been imprisoned within its walls. In the hush of the night, as the moon cast its silver glow upon the world, Michael and Sarah stood together, gazing at the house that had become a vessel for a story beyond their wildest dreams. A story of loss and redemption, of shadows and light, woven into the very fabric of their lives. And as they drifted into the realm of dreams, the echoes of Eleanor Winters' name lingered in the air, a whispered promise of peace and closure in the stillness of the night. Story 26, The Enigmatic House. She crossed the threshold, the air heavy with dust dancing in the stillness. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its walls shedding layers of paint, furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Each step she took felt like walking through a dream where time stood silent except for one peculiar detail. The doors, no matter which one she opened, every door led back to the same room. The parlor welcomed her back each time, its walls holding secrets whispered by the past. The only escape seemed to be the way she had entered, but when she turned to leave, the front door had vanished into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body transformed the forgotten Victorian from a mere curiosity to a grim crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood on the threshold, watching as shadows of forensic technicians moved through the dimness like specters. The house had gained a reputation among locals, a place where compasses spun wildly, where whispers of unseen eyes watching lingered in the air. Now it held secrets far darker than mere folklore. The initial examination suggests she's been gone for around 3 days, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy silence. It appears she passed due to asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her gaze fixed towards the entrance as if awaiting a visitor. Her face bore a peaceful expression, hands folded neatly in her lap, no signs of struggle, no marks of defense. The scene exuded a haunting tranquility that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. "Who stumbled upon the body?" Lind inquired, her voice a hushed echo in the oppressive stillness. "A real estate agent showing the property," her partner responded. They entered, spotted her figure, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had remained empty since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years before. Family disputes had left the property in legal limbo, an unwanted relic, forgotten by time, except by the occasional vandal or thrill-seeker. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a fascination with spaces that defied conventional logic. Her friends spoke of her as methodical, driven, drawn to the enigmatic. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, must have beckoned to her like a siren's call. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted, flipping through her notes. Morgan mentioned visiting the House of Lost Souls for her research. Investigations unveiled that Morgan had frequented the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled odd acoustics, chilling drafts in unexpected places, and doors that seemed to warp reality with each opening. In her final entry, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to document what she termed spatial anomalies. Yet, that equipment remained elusive. During the autopsy, an unexpected revelation emerged: traces of a rare alkaloid found in Morgan's system, derived from a plant linked to shamanic practices. The substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions, but not in lethal doses. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational drugs, insisted her boyfriend during questioning. Morgan was meticulous in her research methods. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perception willingly. Digital sleuthing uncovered fragments of erased messages on Morgan's phone, dialogues with someone who shared her intrigue with the house, someone who professed to grasp its enigmas. The exchanges grew more intimate and cryptic. The house holds memories of its past, read one message. It yearns for someone to uncover them. The investigation led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated her, evolving their professional discourse into a personal connection. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely shaken by her passing. "The house carries a legacy," he divulged. "The original designer wove optical illusions and false perspectives into its structure. It was meant to confound and bewilder. Morgan believed there was more to it beyond mere trickery of design." Nevertheless, Reeves possessed an alibi for the presumed time of Morgan's demise. Surveillance footage placed him delivering a lecture at a university symposium miles away. A breakthrough surfaced from an unlikely source: Aliner Blackwood's grandson, residing overseas. When contacted by investigators, he unveiled a long-concealed family secret. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish in that house," he disclosed. "Others met the same fate, always discovered in the parlor, always in serene repose. The family dubbed it the claiming." He furnished journals spanning generations, detailing deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or strokes. A pattern emerged: individuals spending time within the house eventually succumbed to what the family cryptically termed the influence. Further scrutiny of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor's hearth. Inside lay Morgan's missing gear and something more. A small chamber harbored artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged in a meticulous geometric pattern. At the core rested a weathered figurine, its features smoothed by the touch of generations. Analysis identified the carving as a representation of a deity linked to liminal spaces, thresholds between worlds. Residues matched the alkaloid discovered in Morgan's system. The case took a sinister turn when dust patterns in the house hinted at another presence during Morgan's demise. Partial fingerprints, unrelated to Morgan's or any known visitor, were lifted from doorknobs throughout the premises. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was found deceased in his apartment. Like Morgan, he sat facing the entrance, a serene expression on his features, the same alkaloid detected in his body. Clutched in his hand was a key that fit no lock in his dwelling, but perfectly matched the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his parting email addressed to himself as if sealing a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct: the doors led where they always have, yet something deceives you into believing you're circling. Once you grasp the truth, departure is within reach, but by then, departure holds no allure. The case remains unresolved, marked as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian stands condemned, its access barred by enforcement, yet whispers persist of flickering lights within on certain nights, of visitors who vanish without a trace. Some locals allege that the house claims those who delve too deeply into its secrets. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves unearthed something primordial and potent, an entity dwelling in the interstices of conventional reality. The veracity remains as elusive as an exit in a house where every door leads back to the start. Story 27. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. A single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested, but Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well-worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing, but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver. Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades.